Really depends on. That's fine. You tell me when to gavel.
No, I don't think so, but what do you call this? It's like cerama. Yeah.
This is a synthetic stone. Not even well. Yeah, the problem are these. Mason, are we ready? No? Can we do the little laptop trick here? No. Uh-huh. Okay. We're on the air? Good. The county board is in session. It's Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Colleagues, I'm Takis Karantonis, the chair of the county board. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2-3711.8.8 and 29 for consultation with the county attorney for legal advice regarding the interpretation of certain issues and discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds where discussion is in an open session, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Do I have a second?
You need one more.
That's not, so that's what
You only got
I
two
got.
or three. You got one more.
We'll run you off the most recent.
Okay, so for the record, I retract the motion that I just made because it's not complete and not correct. It hasn't been seconded, so there is no discussion, no vote necessary for that. You can. Yes, I have. Here it is.
Just read it over that, huh?
I what just meant. I will. So here.
I've got it right here.
Let me.
I have it right here.
Yeah, I can. So, colleagues, I will restate or will move again a new motion. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2-3711.8.7, 8 and 29 for consultation with the county attorney pertaining to actual and probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body, and consultation with the county attorney for legal advice regarding the interpretation of certain statutes, and discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position of a negotiating strategy of the public body. Is there a second? Is seconded by Vice Chair De Ferranti. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstains? Abstention? The motion carries. We are in closed session. Mr. Clerk, we are ready to start our meeting.
We are back in session.
The county board is back in open session. First thing I want to do is to reconvene an open meeting after our closed session. I move that the members of the county board certify that at a just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and second, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair De Ferrandi. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Of course, Mr. Cantonis,
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti,
Yes.
Ms. Coffey, Ms. Cunningham,
Yes.
and Mr. Spain Sr.
Yes.
The motion carries. So we continue to be in public session. So and we can now, despite the fact that this room is empty and nobody's here, but maybe people are, they could be here, but it's a little bit early because we have substantial items to hear after 6:30 p.m. So 6 p.m. So I am going to welcome everybody to the February 25th, today, Tuesday, County Board recessed meeting. I'm Board Chair Takis Karantonis, joined by Vice Chair Matt Ferranti and my colleagues Susan Cunningham, Maureen Coffey, and Julius J.D. Spain Sr. We are also joined today by the County Manager, the County Attorney, and members of the staff of the County Board Office, and also everybody who is supporting this meeting today. And I thank you for them, including the deputies of the Sheriff's Office who are keeping us safe. We will begin today's meeting with, we began already with our closed session, and we concluded the session, and we are moving ahead first with appointments. I will make a motion. This motion doesn't need a second, but I will read it into the record. So first of all, appoint to the Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission, C2E2, to appoint Liliana Diaz for a term ending February 28, 2027. To appoint Helen Haas, a student representative, for a term ending February 28, 2027. To reappoint Dax Noibos for a term ending February 28, 2027, and reappoint Robert Sandoli for a term ending February 28, 2027. To the Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee, to appoint Nature Lewis for a term ending February 29, 2028, and to appoint Brian Atkins for a term ending February 29, 2028. February 29, 2028. I'm making sure that this is the correct
That's a leap
February,
year.
right?
2028, it's a leap year.
Yeah. Okay. To the Commission on the Status of Women, to reappoint Caroline Romano for a term ending February 29, 2028. To the Community Services Board, to appoint Monique Bryant for a term ending February 29, 2028, and reappoint Stephen Taphorn for a term ending January 31st, 2027. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, to appoint Kristen Brown for a term ending February 28, 2027. To the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, to reappoint Stephen Sockwell for a term ending February 29, 2028, and reappoint Josh Handler for a term ending February 29, 2028. To the Housing Commission, to appoint Elena Fierro for a term ending February 29, 2029. To the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, to reappoint Richard Woodruff for a term ending February 29, 2029. To the Industrial Development Authority, to reappoint Rudolph Burwell for a term ending February 29, 2029. To the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority Community Working Group to appoint Joe Simonelli without term limit. To the Park and Recreation Commission to appoint David Earley for a term ending February 28, 2027. To the Planning Commission to reappoint James Lantelmi for a term ending February 28, 2029. To the Tenant Landlord Commission to appoint Adrian Tomala for a term ending February 29, 2028. And to the Transportation Commission to reappoint James Lantelmi for a term ending February 29, 2028, and designate him as the Planning Commission's representative.
And with just a brief note, if I may, Mr. Chair, there are three dates in there that needed correction. So for Housing, HELRB, and Industrial Development Authority, those should read February 28th, not 29th.
So let me go. So Elena Fier is February 28th because it is not a leap year.
Correct, accounting
so
for leap year.
Then to the Housing Commission, the motion is to appoint Elena Fiero for a term ending February 28, 2029. And then which is the next one, the same for the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board to reappoint Richard Woodruff for a term ending February 28, 2029. And to the Industrial Development Authority to appoint Rudolph Burwell for a term ending February 28, 2029. And I see further down, we got it right. The Planning Commission was correct, February 28, 2029. Right. So that concludes the long motion of appointments. This motion doesn't need a second. I would ask for your vote. Everybody in favor of approving the entire roster, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you. I believe we have one other administrative item related to advisory groups, and I think that Ms. Cunningham will introduce this item. Yes, I have it.
Thank you. It's very complicated. I move that the county board adopt the revised charter of the Park and Recreation Commission.
Thank you.
Second.
And it's moved by Ms. Cunningham and seconded by Ms. Coffey. Is there any discussion? No? Please all if,
Just,
yes, Mr. DeFranti.
it's just in red, that's it, the changes.
These changes were previously adopted by the Park and Recreation Commission. Other changes to their charter, there have been a couple of subsequent changes that this board is making, inclusion of the climate resolution, equity resolution under governing documents, et cetera, and a few other minor changes throughout.
Yeah, and Mr. Clerk, is there a way to show, I think this board had not adopted the part, we held it until the Climate Commission climate resolution was passed. For the board's reference, can we show the full red line or not? There were some minor updates. It hadn't been touched in a long time. Happy to walk you through it. But they wanted to particularly call out some of the plans and how they were managing things.
Sure, I'm fine with it. Let's catch up on what I voted on. Thanks. Sorry.
Well, the charge has been circulated, and it was timely circulated and will be public, and the board can always make amendments if something is not right. So we don't like to revisit these documents, but not too often anyway. But this possibility is always there. So let's take a vote. All in favor of the motion to approve the charter, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries, and the Parks and Rec Commission has a new charter. Therefore, moving ahead on recognitions and proclamations, I have only a reminder today. Today is the 25th of February, 2025. On the 24th of February of 2022, the Russian invasion in the Ukraine happened. That's 3 years from today, almost to the day. Arlington is particularly impacted for two reasons. Number one, because we have several Ukrainian people living here. Also, some of them are county employees. But we are also, that's the second part, we also have a sister city in Ukraine. The name of the sister city is Ivano-Frankivsk. It's in the western part of Ukraine, closer to the Polish border. But right at this day, in 2022, this was one of the many Ukrainian cities that have been attacked directly, and they suffered significant losses. They've been attacked by missiles and long-range missiles and drones later. They have been attacked yesterday as well through a massive, unprecedented in its sheer numbers attack to all major cities in Ukraine. Representatives of Ivano-Frankivsk have visited us very recently, about 2 weeks ago. They were here for the very first time after a very long time to participate in the national prayer breakfast. So they gave us a visit for a short visit. And they had the opportunity to let us know how things are going. They are really not in a very good shape, as everybody can imagine. Arlington stood in solidarity with its sister city. The fire department and other departments of Arlington County, just 1 year after the invasion, gathered here tons of supplies, and we supported the logistics to get them over to Ukraine. They ended up being actually deployed in the first line of the front in the city of Kharkiv. This is just to remind us all of how important these partnerships are between people, but also between cities. We do have a association here in Arlington. It's called the Arlington Sister Cities Association, ASCA. For those who are invested and interested in how our relationship with our 4 major sister cities, how these relationships work, you can visit the website of ASCA. That's just from me to remember a really tragic moment in world history and a war that's still going on and has killed already hundreds of thousands of people in this 21st century, which is unacceptable by all means. That's from me on this anniversary. The second thing that I wanted to bring up in lieu of a chair's report is that we all recognize and see that the onslaught on our of the federal government's reorganization efforts and that is impacting federal employees in an unprecedented way. Many of them are our neighbors. Many of them are living here. They're not only the federal employees, but also federal contractors or people who are working for entities and companies who have a relationship with the federal government and are suffering under the financial impact of everything that's coming from across the river right now. We recognize that in a very, very short period of time, a lot of need is popping up in all places in our society. So we are responding to that, and one of the many ways we are responding to that, I would like to just highlight 2. Number 1, there is now for federal workers there is a resource page in the Arlington County website. It's a long URL, but if you go to arlingtonva.us and you just type in the search prompt federal, the resource pages will come up. These are I dare to say there is also a Virginia portal for that, but I dare to say that ours is probably a little bit more substantial. The second thing that I would like to announce today is that on March 8th. March 8th from noon to 5 p.m. at the Wakefield High School, we will be in collaboration with Fairfax, Alexandria, Falls Church, in the 8th district, congressional district, we will be hosting a resource fair for federal workers and contractors, where a lot of services and a lot of potential help will be available for those who need it the most right now. That's March 8th from noon to 5 p.m. At the Wakefield High School. And that's from me, these two announcements. And I would go over to board member reports at this point. I believe that we don't have any, except if there is something.
Just to thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, for highlighting the fair on the 8th and for working on this. Also, thank you to Ms. Coffey, because there's a legislative component to this, and you guys have been working on it. This will be ongoing, but thank you both.
Exactly. Yes. Yes, Mrs. Swain.
No, I just want to also take this moment and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your gentle reminder and words about the 3rd anniversary. I don't know if we celebrate war, but what has happened in Ukraine and the fact that we have a sister city there. Really thank you for your leadership on that, and also having served as a federal employee many years ago. I also recognize the moment that we're in, and thank you in the county for our leadership in trying to do the best we can to help aid and assist our federal employees and contractors here in Arlington over the next the months and weeks ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Cunningham?
Residual.
Okay. There is vestigial, yes. So that concludes the reports part of this meeting, and we go over to manager reports, the board reports part, I should say. Mr. Swartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 2 items today. First, I wanted to start off a discussion on low-density residential study that we're undertaking. So we took a deep dive into this topic back in November, looking at impervious surface and tree canopy and trends on low residential lots over time. So the main takeaway from this analysis is that there is increasingly less pervious space available on lots to support stormwater management and tree canopy. So that conversation concluded with direction from the board to explore approaches to potential solutions to support better stormwater and tree canopy outcomes in low residential neighborhoods over time. So today, following up on the conversation we had at last month's board meeting, where staff presented 2 different conceptual approaches, one that focuses on impervious area limits and the other on lot coverage definitions. We're here today to receive from you a charge that will provide the board's desired approach to conduct this study. And I have Mr. Fusarelli with me to answer any questions, but I'm going to turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So indeed, first of all, let me thank the staff here, and you and staff for having worked with us over a prolonged time to try to shape the initial parts of this effort. And I want to be particularly thankful for the November 2024 working session. I think this was, there's a small number of work sessions for which I have heard so many good comments.
I think it was a
over a
watershed event.
very
It was a
long-
watershed event, clearly.
Yes. I continue to hear, positive comments about the insights that were shared during that session for several weeks, if not months after that. So based on the conversation that we had and on this session, Mr. Clerk, we can put the draft on can we put the draft on screen, our draft guidance and draft charge that we have? You may be able to do that. Here. So I don't want to read the entire document. It will be published. If we can, so the critical parts is that we recognize, first of all, that we want to proceed with this effort. Secondly, that we recognize some of the major impacts that are summarized in these 4 bullet points that says continued development in these areas. These are the low residential areas. So the low residential areas are where we have mostly single household homes and lower density development. That the continued development in these areas year over year is a focus point, that the tree canopy loss on individual lots is a major source of concern, that an increase in large and unregulated paved areas like patios or sometimes also bigger driveways than we used to have is an issue of concern, and that we are dealing with frequent and heavy rainfall events that are exacerbating our stormwater management needs. So recent updates to Arlington's comprehensive plan, especially the forestry and natural resources plan that we adopted last year, have called for a review and adjustment of how the county regulates by right development activity. So the primary goal of these recommendations is achieving better environmental outcomes. This is, I think, very central in this, in the intention of this charge. The study objective further down will consider potential amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance to support better stormwater and tree canopy outcomes in low residential neighborhoods over time. The charge/scope, but that's more a charge rather than a scope. The scope needs to be worked on still. So again, here is a critical part of this document that says that the county board directs the county manager and staff to conduct a study to set limits in the Arlington County zoning ordinance on how much of a lot can be covered with impervious surfaces. And we tend right now to think we're more inclined to ask you to follow the pathway that was presented at your last manager's report last month under 1A and B. This study will analyze and recommend limits to maximum allowable impervious areas on individual sites, and will consider whether to keep lot coverage requirements alongside new impervious area limits, include minimum contiguous plantable area requirements, adjust existing placement, yard and setback requirements to allow for increased contiguous tree canopy conservation and planning, and establish impervious area limits based on lot size or zoning district. Keep lot coverage requirements alongside with impervious area limits would mean that applicants would be required to meet both standards. At the very minimum, the recommendations will be informed by and address benefits for stormwater and tree canopy. This is what the outcomes that we want to see. The impacts to property owners and use, because they are significant. We need to understand what these impacts will be. The dynamics for older home versus newer builds. Impacts on equity, which is a critical component of that, and everything that is related to administration and enforcement of a new regulatory frame that may be emerging here. It is important to stress that the study will not recommend at this point changes to existing maximum main building footprint or height limits, or set absolute total square footage limits for lot coverage, or consider any potential changes to the definition or lot coverage in the Arlington County zoning ordinance. So in other words, what we are asking you is to, based on this document, is to return to us in due time. From the conversation I had with staff, Mr. Fossarelli, I understand that May 2025, this coming May, may be a good moment to hear from you how you digest this direction and how you would work towards the, towards formulating a scope that would be consistent with this guidance that we're giving now. And so, what would be the details of how the study will be built, what the what the timelines would be, what would be the public engagement approach of this of the study, and how different departments, because we recognize that this is also an interdisciplinary approach, so it's not only a CPHD or planning department effort that goes over, that bridges over to DES, to the Department of Environmental Services, and also to DPR, the Department of Parks and Rec, because we're talking about trees and tree canopy and all this. So I hope that this is clear and direct enough of a guidance. And colleagues, I will open the discussion from the dais if you want to add narrative or any elements or highlight issues.
I have more to say than the rest, so I wowould defer to others
Okay.
first.
Anybody
Why
else?
don't you get started and
So,
we can rotate.
Okay, I think we had some of this conversation in January, so just bringing us all back to it a bit. Can you share a little bit more about why we are headed towards first looking at impervious area and tree plantability versus lot coverage, which is what our zoning code today reflects? Can you just bring us back into that conversation? I think there have been some specific questions that you may address.
Certainly. Good afternoon, Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Division for the record. With respect to that question and our proposed focus or intended focus on adding a new impervious area limit standard to the zoning ordinance that doesn't currently exist, really has to do with the trade-offs associated with the ability to move forward efficiently and effectively given the data that we have. And so within the past few years in the formulation and creation of the stormwater utility data set that provides an exceptional and current data set for us to work with for an analysis if we're focused on impervious area limits. We do not have an equal or comparable data set when it comes to lot coverage on a parcel level, county-wide information set, that we just do not have that. And so any effort and analysis to re-explore lot coverage, while it can be done, it would be much more time intensive and require many more resources to do so.
And can you just make the connection for us why, given that we've been talking about lot coverage, since that's what our zoning code says for the last couple decades, that why we're comfortable starting with impervious as an additive requirement, why you think it still will help address the overall coverage of the lot without going into the specific lot coverage wording in the code today?
Yeah, so I think the way I would approach that is going back to the conversation that we had with this board back in November and evaluating the trends that we're seeing in residential development in many of our neighborhoods, and both the stormwater related impacts and impacts on tree canopy. I think the sort of common theme and central point of that was pervious area versus impervious area. Lot coverage, as it was last amended in 2005, is perhaps the closest analog that we currently have in our zoning ordinance, but I would say it's not a perfect analog, and there are things that are impervious that do not count as lot coverage. And so just based on the complexity and the current definition of lot coverage led us to pursue leveraging the stormwater utility data set to really get at what we think is our prime objective and goal here, is how can we incorporate into the zoning ordinance additional standards that would better allow the county to meet its stormwater and tree canopy goals.
Great. I see some other lights on, so I will just tidy up on this particular point, which is there has been some concern raised in the community that we previously did have full site coverage data in 2005. Is that something we're able to address? I think there are 2 points that were raised. One was that in 2005, the county provided some level of data on site, on lot coverage across the county on all parcels. And then in EHO, we also provided some analysis of the initial EHO permits and their, quote, lot coverage. Could you address that sort of data availability question?
Certainly. I mean, the 2005, I think, predates those who have been involved as part of the team discussions. As the chair noted, this has been DES and DPR and CPHD working to date on this effort. So we can't speak directly in terms of what the methodology or the data availability was in 2005. What we can say is, based on our research, that was an 8 to 9 year process. And it may be that part of the reason why it was 8 to 9 years was the amount of work and non-automated analysis that may have been required to make that data sets available. That's somewhat speculative on my part, but there is, getting to the second part of your question, when we look at the current definition of lot coverage, there are several parameters or elements that are either included or not included as lot coverage, depending on a vertical attribute. And so if something is 4 feet above grade, if something is 8 inches above grade, that's a threshold question in terms of whether something is counted as lot coverage or is not. I am curious in terms of, the data available in 2005 that would have allowed a really accurate high-level analysis when we're talking about, in some cases, inches to determining whether something counts as lot coverage or does not.
Great. I'll come back after.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, hopefully a couple of just easy questions. One thing that was brought up by a member of a civic association I was at last night is a desire to confirm that impervious area would include main building footprint and that would be part of an impervious area calculation. I said I was pretty sure yes, but I thought I should hear it from you.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think,
Last time we checked, buildings were impervious.
yes, that was my thinking as well. I think to me that seems to be one of the advantages of this construction. I think I was not there in 2005. I don't know what conversations were or were not had, but it seems to me that if the goal here is environmental protection, treating all things that prevent us from having natural environment the same, regardless of their height or aesthetic value, is an important outcome. And my only other question is kind of thinking about the way that some of our peer localities calculate this. Is the lot coverage construct that excludes particular things common, or is this like an Arlington, we love to be different situation?
I think that's something we could certainly look into as part of our early research and due diligence, based on a few other examples. I think it's fair to say that each locality has variation in terms of how they define lot coverage, and some localities don't necessarily have a lot coverage requirement either. They will control sort of the extent of impervious area that's allowed based on other factors, whether it's yard setbacks, FAR, floor area ratio, or other means.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Any other remarks on this or questions? Mr. DeFerranti, Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Thank you for the work and for the draft. I want to just ask a little bit about, thinking about the purposes, impervious cover and environmental protection seem good ones. There are others, of course, that have been identified as part of this broader discussion. But those are the two that stood out to my recollection, in the work session. I guess one question is sort of thinking about this and looking at the 4 bullets that are, first, I'm aligned with sort of 1A and 1B being our initial focus. I think that captures our conversation. I'm glad we're getting started, and I do think having data is very important. But then we look, and this is, keeping in mind that this is the charge, and the scope would be, as I understand it, you'd sort of, I guess first question, you would pull out, take this document, and then work from this document in May to come back to us with what would be a longer and more detailed, more specific scope. Is that, I'm trying to catch up with my planning lexicon, and I just want to make sure I've got that right.
No, absolutely. I think that's fair. I mean, I think one of our main interests in the conversation today was to confirm direction from the board between the 2 pathways that we had shared last month, that we are heading on the right pathway. I think the draft charge document before you today also seeks to provide some broader framing in terms of core considerations that we should be building into a more detailed scope of work for this study. And so it's our intention to report back in the May timeframe, with either a draft detailed scope at that point or the progress of that along with any initial findings or further updates from some of the data analysis and thinking around communications and engagement that we'll be able to advance in the next few months.
Great, so that's helpful. I mean, I think it's important to rename, as we did in November, that there are associated objectives, like, that have been part of this broader discussion, which are seem to me very, very difficult to address. The affordability of existing 1950s, 60s, 70s ramblers as opposed to newly built homes. That has been discussed in this broader context, but it seems to me fixing that problem does not seem to me to be narrowly in the planning world. There's also a budget component to that, and there's sort of preservation of housing affordability. I won't say affordable housing, but housing affordability. So I think it's important to lift up and be transparent that for me, this scope that is more narrowly focused on the environmental challenge is really helpful. One more question, and then I'll yield, and I may have some others. Bullet 3, under the 4 bullets that the study will analyze and recommend, talks about adjust existing placement, yard and setback requirements to allow for increased contiguous tree canopy conservation and planting. When I read that, I sort of thought about there's contiguous spaces, and then there's rear, side, front, and back setbacks. And my recollection of when you change a setback, or being in recovery from having been a municipal lawyer in other states, is that brings about a ton of non-conforming lots for existing property owners. And, I think there's probably more than 25,000 lots in the county. So in each case, there would be, if we change setbacks, we would have to be thinking about the consequences for each of those. When there's a change for each of those lots, eventually, there would be a regulatory role. I'm not saying, that we couldn't change setbacks, but it does strike me that there would be a lot of associated regulatory work if we did change setbacks. Am I thinking about that right, or not?
So I'll offer a perspective, and then the county attorney may or may not want to add. But I think that as we're approaching this study, it's not the potential implications for the future use of property in our minds. The analysis isn't just going to look at the potential impacts that you just described if the board were or were not to adjust yard setbacks. Certainly, depending on the specific limits that might come out of this study, and the board may incorporate as a new impervious area, a maximum impervious area limit, we will also be analyzing that in the context of, how many lots might that put into a potentially non-conforming situation. And so I think that's that's captured in terms of the second bullet and the be informed by and address the impacts to the property owners and use. We would be looking at, I think, in all the slices or ways in which we will be conducting this study.
Got it. Thank you. I don't know if the county attorney, if you want to, exactly. She said, want no part of it. I'll get back in my box and appropriately, but I just, the impervious goal without, and I think it is relevant to find as much data as we possibly can. But I also want to think about ease of addressing the impervious and the environmental issues that are foremost amongst our concerns and are part of the scope that I'm most engaged or focused on. So thanks.
Ms. Cunningham?
Sure. Do we, as part of the study, or do we actually already know if we didn't do anything and every lot were built out to its max allowable lot coverage today, how much the impervious surfaces would increase? You guys did this amazingly cool chart back in November that showed that it has been increasing. Do we know kind of what the natural maximum is, kind of like we do when we look at our maximum development in non-residential areas? What could happen if we did nothing?
I will say that from a planning division perspective, we have not done any such analysis or work. I know my colleague, Jason Papakazma, is on the line remotely. I'm not sure if he may want to speak to any additional analysis or insight that has been done to date.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, that is a good question. I think one way to look at it is, with the, if you will, the lack of alignment between lot coverage and impervious coverage, it's a little hard to project that. But with the pattern we're seeing and the ability to pave your lot with large areas of patio and other things that don't count as lot coverage, aren't regulated, that could really drive that up over time. And I think as what we talked about in November, we're seeing lots that are 70% impervious or more today as patios and other surfaces are added at some point along the way. So I think there's an upper limit there that's kind of hard to know, but I think the cost of inaction, if you will, sort of the nature of the question would be that's what you could see happening more. And instead of neighborhoods that are, say, 30 to 40% impervious today, they would slowly over time aggregate into 50, 60% impervious, potentially more. And does that help answer the question?
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I think it's part of what we've all been grappling with and beating on each other about, at least as long as I've been involved, to say, do we have a problem? Houston, do we have a problem? And I think all of us have agreed, and staff have agreed that we do, that we need to do something. And I think that's what we need to do is the point of this study.
The interesting part, if I may interject here, is that we also see a pathway of how to properly study and mitigate the problem, because we have a lower hanging fruit right now in really regulating or trying to understand and regulate impervious surface, because this is an easier concept and not so legally loaded. Plus, it is very close to one of the major objectives here, which is to increase the plantable area, the impervious area, the pervious area, etc. I get a lot of these questions about, well, when are you going to study McMansions and how are you going to attack McMansions? And my standard answer to that is we need to understand how we frame the discussion about the lot coverage of McMansion or the building footprint of McMansions by first trying to maximize and regulate what is the desired pervious space. So what is it? And then we have the impervious space as a residual part to go on and proceed with regulating that. So we will not be done here, but we are going to attack something for which we have most of the data today, or close, or it's not so difficult to say. It would be nice to, I understand, Mr. Fossarelli, that in May you will be able to give us a more detailed, analysis of what timelines are involved there and how, what is available today, what is not, enormous effort, like 9 years effort to gather data, what we have already from the Stormwater Authority work. And, immediately we will see what are the next steps there. So I see that as an incremental process, but with a very strong start here, because we have seen in the graph that you showed us and in the presentations in November, how much paved is paradise actually. So yes, Mr. Spain.
Just a question, and then here I am jumping on board something that started a long time ago. But to Anthony, I'm just curious to know, for this particular project, should you receive a charge? You talked earlier about 2 different lanes. I'm just curious to know, manpower, personnel, resources, how much is it going to take to really do this effectively? Because I think what I've seen a lot of times, we have these special projects that come up, and I think a lot of times folks in our community don't realize how time consuming that it, from CPHD, whoever planning, what it's going to take to put forward a good project. So any idea that you may know?
No, this is an excellent question and much appreciated. I mean, I think that's something, those answers to those questions, I think, are some of the part of the update we would want to come back and provide in May. I would not underestimate the amount of work and resources needed to undertake this. We know there's a lot of interest in the community as well, even if it's at the point of having some initial scenarios to share. Thinking through how we're going to go about getting feedback and input on that. We'll also be, at least I'll be presenting our preliminary annual work program for the planning division next week, about approximately a week from tomorrow. And I think in that you'll see that I am counting on a significant amount of our team's time on this effort, but as the chair noted, this is being done in partnership with Environmental Services and with Parks and Recreation.
Sure.
And so presume that they would also have, resource impacts or implications of having staff and potentially outside support focused on this is going to mean that other important work, can't necessarily get done in the same time frame.
Thank you for your input.
Okay. Any other? Ms. Cunningham?
I wouldn't want to disappoint you, Mr. Chair. Building on Ms. Coffey's question about just confirming that main building footprint is included in impervious. Will impervious also include all those other exceptions to building footprint? So patios, decks, garages, et cetera. I think just trying to put fully to bed the question of, is anything going to be missing? I think we've argued it through, but I would like to hear it from your.
Certainly. I would actually like to defer to my colleague, Mr. Papakazma, as he's much more involved and can better speak to the use of the term impervious area and our initial thinking about that as it relates to this study.
Sure. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, and a good question. Yeah, I think on the face of it, anything that counts as impervious that we define, for example, in our stormwater ordinance, would be anything that people commonly consider impervious. Rooftops, driveways, patios, walkways. Decks are an interesting one. It kind of depends in the stormwater world. It also depends under zoning, whether they're counted as lot coverage. Sometimes decks might have paved area under them, for example. So we'll look more closely at that as we get into the pathway and think about, particularly when we look kind of at case studies, okay, if this lot had a limit of 45% impervious, what is its current lot coverage? Let's take a look at that. and kind of go from there. But the two will go hand in hand too. I think of it kind of like a car warranty, 10 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. That's how we would envision these two standards working side by side. But we wouldn't expect anything. The plan is not to exclude anything that's commonly considered impervious for stormwater purposes from looking at potential limits.
Great, that's super helpful. And just the extreme question, I think there are some items that had been on the lot coverage study list, as we've talked about lot coverage for 20 years, that didn't make it in. And I think one is just to make sure I'm understanding, volume and mass and details of design are not included in the scope of this study. But would the edge case of, can I build a courtyard that goes, or can I build a building that is a donut that goes all the way to the edge of the lot and all of the impervious surfaces in the middle, but it looks like a fortress from the outside? Is that something that we could make sure we are addressing in some manner?
Just for clarification, when you say goes to the edge of the lot, are they still respecting the required yard setbacks?
Whatever you come up with as setbacks, but yeah, it's basically like, it's the same scenario of maxing out to 70% lot coverage today, but then you're going to carve out a courtyard in the middle. Would that be okay with us, or is that something that we would at least anticipate having some guidelines about?
I mean, I think that's something we can take back as we further think through, again, that courtyard, depending on what's beneath it, whether or not that counts towards impervious or cover or not, I think is good feedback for us to consider as we think through a more detailed scope.
Great. Then I have 3 other categories, but Vice Chair, categories, yeah.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to, so you'll have other questions. I do appreciate we need to get started on this. And so, and I'm glad that we are. I'm glad we're focusing on impervious. I think that one thing that's been heartening is that I don't think that neither anyone on the board nor my impression of advocates want to take 9 years on this work. And it's what this work precisely is that is a question. So I want to see if I'm understanding correctly the percentage of lot coverage, which was, as I understand it, a driver that led to years and years of discussion. That is not, because it's lot coverage and lot coverage definition, that is not currently within what I understand to be the charge as the chair has described it. Is that an accurate takeaway? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I'm mindful that that's not universally described, and I think it's just very important for us to be thinking about what, trying to focus your work so that you guys have a real sense of what a majority of the board has said out loud, because sometimes, in my experience, advocates have said, you must do this, and that does not mean that a majority of the board is saying that. So that doesn't mean that I do want to get started, but that lot coverage percentage still could be, as I understand it, indirectly addressed some of the goals that I've heard, but it would be done through impervious and working on that definition that perhaps that policy goal would be worked on. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think another important point that I'd like to take the opportunity to make here is that even though the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan does have a recommendation or an action item to revisit lot coverage, right, and the definition of it and what's included, I think really to get at the same core objectives that is being discussed this afternoon. I think that the proposed charge here and the approach of leveraging, I would say, the best data available that we can work with to establish impervious area limits, while that wasn't recommended in the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan, we see it perhaps as a better path forward given where we are today and given the availability of the data. It would be intending to work towards the same better, improved environmental, stormwater, and tree canopy goals.
Got it. Thank you. I know we'll certainly have additional discussion, but I appreciate that. That's helpful. That's all I have.
Thank you. See some residual with Ms. Cunningham.
Only if there are others. Nobody wants to jump in. Also, just to clarify for the community, the name change. So I think for 20 years it was lot coverage study, and like you said, in the FNRP it was lot coverage study. Can you just clarify why we're changing the name to incorporate all of low residential?
Certainly. I mean, in our earlier conversations leading up to this point, as we've continued down a path that is not focused on revisiting lot coverage, using lot coverage seemed to perhaps not make the most sense. It's also perhaps just a related nomenclature to other recent previous studies that have been underway. So low residential development. In this particular instance, what the charge is intending to focus on are our residential districts. And so that would be everything between our R5 and our R20 districts, but also not discounting or excluding at this point the townhouse districts that are also within the residential categories. So felt the current nomenclature that we're applying here is perhaps a more appropriate way to talk about this work.
It is still everything that is colored yellow in the general land use plan, right? So
Different shades of yellow,
Different shades of
and in
yellow.
some instances, light orange as well.
light orange. Okay, but this side of the color of the colors of the.
I'm not even going to try to top that. Great. And then I think the last enduring concern I'm hearing from the community is really around enforcement and penalties. So say we come up with the best plan here, and this may be also for the manager. There's a perception that we don't have enough enforcement firepower, and whatever penalties we are allowed to charge are not compelling to someone who has a $2 million property. Can you comment a little bit on what else might need to change, or how you see it working to have more ambitious rules? How will we ensure that people follow them?
Yeah, so just to start with that, and again, really getting a bit ahead of ourselves, these would be, I would anticipate things that are coming forward to you as part of the recommendations, towards the end of the study. But I think one thing is certain is that if we are going to incorporate into the zoning ordinance a new impervious area limit or standard that doesn't currently exist, there needs to be ways in which we can create or require permits for those things that fall within impervious areas and the definition thereof. So one example is like a patio, right? Right now, there is no current required permit for someone to build a patio below 8 inches on their property. And so part of it's going to be looking on our side of the house, what additional permits might need to be created to align with the recommendations coming out of this study. I think there's going to be a huge just public information and education piece, right? And getting that information out, because anytime sort of the rules change, ensuring that as many people or everyone are aware of those rules is going to be important, so that they can know how they would be in compliance and conforming. So I would just highlight those as probably things that we'll be addressing and speaking to towards the end of this study as we bring forward some recommendations.
And the only thing I would add to that is that we have, with new construction, having a permit requirement allows us to see it as it's happening and enforce it then. I've gone on a field trip to look at a few houses that have been built recently, and there was no regulatory mechanism that prevented essentially, I would say, eliminating any green space on that property. So we can figure that out. As far as unpermitted work that takes place on existing structures, that is going to fall into the same category of us, how we approach unpermitted work now. And we had a work session, I think it was in October, that talked a little bit about our enforcement philosophy there. We do not have enough staff to stand over and look at every property in the county. we do rely to a certain extent. And what we have found is that the impacts of people doing unpermitted work became fairly clear to neighbors in a relative short time. So that is, we will follow up on that as best we can. And I would not rule out the need for additional resources on the enforcement side, because I think that it has to be, people have to understand that there is a consequence if they're engaging in unpermitted work. So that certainly would be part of, I think, towards the latter part of this study.
Can I just am wondering, the data that we have for stormwater fee assessments, would that be another option potentially in the future of evaluating how much impervious surface area different lots have? And if you say, if you're permitted at X% and you go over that, would we be able to tell when we reassess the stormwater data? That might be a Jason question.
It might be. I would turn to him to speak to that if he is able.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for that question. And I think the short answer is yes, that data could very much be used to track changes in impervious surfaces on these lots, and then if they exceed, the limits that may be set through this process. That said, I think as the manager noted, retroactive enforcement obviously is our last resort and is much harder to do, but it would be a mechanism to do that for that category of potential violation.
Okay.
My last question is really just around timing. And again, first of all, I'm really, really, really glad we're getting started. And I think I've been clear in sharing that I was kind of disappointed we didn't get started in 2024. And I know others have been disappointed that we didn't get started in 2023 and we didn't do it in 2014 and on back to 2005. Mr. Manager, can you just give a little vignette of how we've been through those chapters and how you have been enduring board member inquiries while inching forward here? And also, if you have any sense of the over-under of when we might be done with the study.
So, yeah, and I think I'm going to assert, and then board members can disagree, that there was not necessarily consensus on how to approach this, and that we really got going in November about laying out some of the issues. And we knew that there was going to be a new board member coming on. We had sort of deliberately waited to for the page to turn over to 2025. So I know it's been frustrating for a lot of people who've been pushing for a number of years to revisit some of the elements around how residential properties are looked at. But from our perspective, the board really was focused on this over the last year and a half. We didn't really get down to the nitty-gritty of writing something until over the last 2 to 3 months. As far as the coming back in May, I think that, I think there might be some disappointment on the part of people, but when we come back in May, the thing here, and I don't want to underestimate this, there's a lot of interest in the community on this. And we owe an obligation to the community to lay out a public engagement process that isn't just pro forma. If we had started a public engagement process right now, I will just say that we would not have the ability, we need the space of 2 or 3 months. And I know just because I say we need it doesn't mean we're going to get it, that where we have people saying, okay, well, at least we know what you're looking at. Go ahead and crunch the data and come back to us with the information. Because once we do that and the various impacts are laid out, there will be a lot of engagement that's going to happen in the community. And there'll be a lot of very different opinions about how those thresholds work. So once we get underway, I think that's actually going to be something that the board can put parameters around. When we come back in May, you could say, for example, of all the data we have, we want you to take a look at this piece and come back with a recommendation about a change to an ordinance in fairly short order. Or you could say, no, let's have a longer conversation with the community. That's really going to be up to you all to sort of focus on. And I think there's always that trade-off. The more engagement you have, I think that's good to a certain point. And that is going to be something that we'll look forward to you from guidance when we come back in May.
And that's very helpful. And I think a corollary question is between now and February and May, what activity is happening, and is there any public engagement, or how can those that do want to eventually be close partners with us all on this, how can they most constructively engage over that time?
In terms of that question, I do think, I think as the manager has suggested, I don't want to say our work will be sort of heads down, but at this point, we would take, the components of this charge. We'll be working on further developing a scope and to just provide more detail in terms of how we would conduct this study. We're going to get started on data analysis. So in these next couple months, I don't think there would be as much focus on getting sort of external input and engagement. I do think over the next few months, we will be thinking through and developing options for how the communications and public engagement plan that would support this effort, how that can be shaped. And so to allow effective and helpful public input along the way.
Yeah, I'm going to probably make a mistake here and give you an example, and Anthony or Jason can correct me. We may come back in May and say we've done a first cut of the analysis that if we included, let's just say, patios and driveways, and we set an impervious coverage at 55%, that certain number of units, a certain number of properties would become non-conforming. What's the tolerance of the board and the community and the impacts of having that? Do you want us to go in that direction, or would you like us to come back with we could titrate the analysis to a different number and have a different kind of conversation? That would be the time, I think, for us to start the public engagement to see how people feel about that.
Great, that's very helpful. And then I know you don't know the endpoint, given that we haven't made some of those decisions, but is there kind of a range that we might keep in mind? Are we going to finish this decade, this year?
What I mean, before this this work has started, what is exactly the point of trying to figure out and box in staff on this?
Okay.
I mean, I think that staff has committed to bring us a detailed scoping by May.
Okay.
I understand that there are a lot of our constituents who want to know what happens yesterday, right? So that I get, but if we need to have a realistic and pragmatic basis on judging timelines. I mean, we don't even know how people will react if we tell them, for example, what the manager just mentioned, like we have 55% and then we have X, maybe hundreds or thousands of properties that are non-conforming and they need to be, for example, I don't know, grandfathered or something. And then you have, you can grandfather, there is a threshold. I mean, we will have this conversation in May, right? Except if I'm wrong and this can be committed right now.
I do think that over the next few months, part of the reason why we would anticipate coming back in May in better position to estimate timelines is because we just do need a little bit more work. As we leave here this afternoon with this clearer direction, we now have the ability to focus in on that particular path. I would caution, in previous efforts, right? And I think when estimates on time, in my experience or observation, when estimates on timelines have been shared, perhaps, I wouldn't say prematurely, but earlier than having a detailed scope, having that communications and public engagement plan, those things established, sometimes the accuracy of those initial estimates has not been perhaps as great as we would have wanted them to. And so wanting to have higher level of confidence in terms of the time frame, at least in terms of the window in which we can come back to the board with recommendations, whether the board accepts those recommendations or directs us to do further study. I think there's a clear differentiation there as well.
For what it's worth, for me, low-hanging fruit are important because we get things done incrementally. Mr. Spain, I saw your...
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to, you hit the nail on the head.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair Ferranti.
I just would say that I think Mr. Manager's at least since I've been on the board, there has been this, let's do it. But it has not been defined. And so, I do not believe that there's been consensus. In the time before I was on the board, when I lived in Arlington, 2013 to 18, I do not think that this was the defining conversation. So that's my recollection of where the board has been. And I also think I'm reminded again and again and again, the strength with which I have an opinion on this board is all well and good. But if I don't have 3 people who have that opinion and they don't say what is written is the defining part of our coming work, not whether someone says we're losing Arlington. The people in Arlington are the most important, by far, not the buildings. And we are now in a moment where this does not keep me up every night. I respect that we have a lot of people that it does. I'm thrilled we're getting started. But the actions of the administration keeping our most vulnerable is a priority. With respect to planning, this is 40% of our population. 60% of our population is not in these areas. And so we have a responsibility there. And so I'm mindful that some will vehemently disagree with what I said, but I feel responsibility to be transparent that I don't think we have an it except the language of the charge. And I do want to pursue it with fidelity to the language of the charge, but that's just perspective, I hope is at least honest, if not particularly sunshine and rainbows and bones.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFranti. Any other? Mr. Spain.
I think I will have some closing remarks because this has been a really interesting conversation, and I really want to appreciate you, County Manager and team, for in your last comments taking this realistic approach. I believe that we owe it to you to give you clear direction, and for me, quite honestly, at the end of the day, public input and public engagement and how far we go with this is going to be important. And I think we still have a way to go, but we won't find out a lot of this until we get to May, right? And so I learned something a long time ago. You start out slow at first and you increase speed with proficiency. And so as we chart this new course, it's going to be interesting to hear from all of the community, the 40-some-odd%, what their take is on this, because I think there are going to be significant impacts based on what we make a decision on here, right? So again, thank you. I'm ready to get started. I think the charge and where we're going is appropriate for the time, and we'll see you in May, I think, right?
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Just as a general reminder, we will have more opportunity to talk about the topic tomorrow with the Civic Federation, I believe, and also on the 5th of March, right? On the 5th of March, when we talk about the work plan of our planning department. But it will not be, the overwhelming conversation. We have more topics to discuss. Is that concluding?
Yeah, just in short conclusion, I think your reference to CIFED is important. I think last year we had that meeting earlier in the year, so it was the first day of meetings for 2 of us, and before one of us joined. And my recollection is that at that meeting we had a fairly lively discussion about this conversation and said that we plan to address it during that calendar year. And while we did get started by having the fabulous work session in November, I just will hold up for all of us that we want to be real clear with the community what we are doing and when we intend to be doing it. Sometimes those things will change because there are big changes in the world and they happen. But I would hold up that it is our responsibility as a board and a staff to communicate as clearly as possible what we plan to have happen, and if there is a disruption, to communicate that as well.
Right. There is a disruption right now, but thankfully we can chew gum and walk at the same time. The pace of it can be affected by that, but we have a plan right now, and we're looking forward to May. The next item, which is at least as exciting.
Yes, absolutely. So it's okay.
Yes.
I'd like to welcome Jennifer Fioretti, who is our Assistant County Manager for Climate Policy, and Rich Dooley is the Director of the Climate Policy Office. And they're going to be talking about their 2025-26 Climate Policy Office Work Plan, which, as you noticed on Saturday, no one was able to pry out of these two individuals. It was so secretive. But we have such an incredible, important role to play in sustainability. And 96% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from non-government sources. And again, I want to also take a moment to just thank the board for the action they took on Saturday in adopting the climate resolution, and to build on that and the successes that we're looking forward to. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer and Rich for their presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Karantonis and members of the County Board. As the County Manager shared, today we will present the Climate Policy Office's 2025 to 2026 Work Plan. Next slide. Thank you. Of course, the county has an established track record of comprehensive planning and investing in sustainability and climate action. The Climate Policy Office was created to amplify existing efforts, coordinate initiatives across sectors, and add capacity to its ongoing responses to the climate crisis. Guided by the values of equity and collective action, the CPO utilizes a whole of community, whole of government approach in developing and coordinating strategies for climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. Our work is organized into what we like to call the 4 C's of the Climate Policy Office. As a climate champion, our role is to support and champion the county's efforts to develop and implement systemic climate solutions. Commitment. Here, we will participate in supporting the county's commitment to climate action through policy development and advancing legislative efforts that will result in measurable and sustainable progress. Coordination, where we promote collaboration and partnership within and outside the county, share best practices, and facilitate the creation of new relationships to advance our mutual goals and objectives around sustainability and climate. And finally, communication. So through inclusive engagement and communication, the CPO seeks to build upon and add to the incredible resources already available through county programs and initiatives to inspire climate action. The Climate Policy Office 2025-2026 Work Plan reflects the County Board's commitment to sustainability and climate action, and specifically follows the guidance in the recently board-adopted Climate Action Resolution. The plan seeks to build upon, amplify, and coordinate the county's incredible star power, and to continue to support and advance collective action. While our key result areas are grounded in the Community Energy Plan, CPO's efforts will span multiple comprehensive plan documents across many lines of business by design. Key components, which I will describe in greater detail momentarily, involve launching the Residential Climate Communications Campaign to continue to drive action and behavior change, establishing a virtual one-stop shop energy information hub to increase user access to the county's incredible resources, and creating a climate toolkit to create broad accessibility to that information. Furthermore, it emphasizes corporate responsibility through the Corporate Climate Leaders Program and aims to enhance building efficiency with the Energy Improvement Toolkit. In parallel, government efforts include policy research and development, including coordinating the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. These combined efforts are designed to engage the community, promote sustainable practices, foster leadership in climate action across government and throughout the community. And here we see how the work plan impacts each of the sectors identified in our 2016 greenhouse gas emissions inventory. Next slide. Thank you. This just gives you a quick snapshot of how they all fit in that circle. Next slide. So the first of the 3 impact areas is education and behavior change. According to a Yale survey, 2/3 of Americans care about climate change but don't know how to take meaningful action. Households here in Arlington make up 24% of greenhouse gas emissions. We know that individuals have the power to make a big difference, Residential greenhouse gas emissions primarily come from 5 basic household activities: how people use electricity, how they heat their homes, how they use transportation, the foods they consume, and the waste they generate. With recent technology and market developments, we now have affordable solutions that can mitigate our impact for all 5 of these activities. Our first and arguably most impactful task will be to launch Arlington's residential climate communications campaign. We know from research that people respond favorably to messages about climate change when the focus is on protecting what we love, tying climate action with how energy improvements improve their quality of life and the quality of life of future generations. The campaign is designed to be ongoing and will evolve as we evolve. The Center for Climate Change Communications research tells us that behavioral change requires being exposed to 80, and this is actually on the low side, but 80 messages about a particular topic per month. Our success will depend on the frequency and type of messaging, being mindful of our audience. The work will not be easy, it will not be short, it will not just be done by government. To do this well, we will need a theme calendar. To strategically organize our messaging, we will utilize social media, cross-marketing where possible, earned and paid media, advertising across multiple platforms, door knocking, pop-up events, library vignettes, for example. We will also need to harness the power of our mission-aligned volunteers, advocates, nonprofits, educators, businesses, faith-based organizations, a theme you will hear me repeat often. And of course, out the gate, our first priority was to launch the Get Green Arlington mobile application, which we did at the board meeting in January. As we shared in January, Get Green Arlington is a new climate engagement platform that makes it simple, easy, and fun to learn about climate solutions and take action. We were fortunate enough to partner with EcoAction Arlington, made possible through a Smart Cities grant to EcoAction to roll out the pilot program. And we continue to monitor its performance and will adjust our communications and marketing as needed to drive downloads and actions. Consistent with the 2019 County Board adopted Biophilic Cities Resolution to conserve and enhance natural resources and, more importantly, to recognize nature as vital in addressing the climate crisis, the CPO, in coordination with departments including Department of Parks and Recreation, Environmental Services, Community Planning, Housing and Development, are working to integrate the Biophilic City principles into our operations. While this work has been ongoing, one of the more recent actions we took was to deploy the county's Biophilic Arlington webpage, which occurred earlier this month. With this work complete, we'll turn our attention to weaving in the messaging of biophilia and other aspects of county communication not already present. Another important aspect of behavior change is being able to clearly and simply communicate what it is we're asking an individual to do and make it as easy as possible for them to do it. We heard fairly consistently from advocates that they'd love to see Arlington create a one-stop shop that makes it easy for them to access information they're looking for. So that's exactly what we're going to do. With the virtual one-stop shop Climate Hub, Arlington will provide user-friendly information where residents, businesses, and visitors can learn more about climate action in Arlington. Currently, the county has a wealth of resources spread across several access points on our website. Our first step is creating a climate landing page, if you're familiar, of course, with Arlington's landing page that allows users to quickly select who they are and connect them to resources that they're interested in learning more about. Our second step is to roll out an energy information hub, which provides short videos and educational materials about the various aspects, particularly of electrification and weatherization. Here too, we have heard consistently from folks that find it hard to find information about electrifying their homes or weatherizing their homes. They're unclear about the steps they need to make it happen. The goal of the Information Hub is to borrow from existing resources, we're not reinventing the wheel here, and curate it in one easy-to-read and access location translated in multiple languages. Both steps will be regularly marketed with performance tracked to ensure robust participation and relevancy. And here's where it gets fun. We know that addressing climate change is a whole-of-community effort. We know that local government can't move the needle alone. So how do we work together to inspire collective climate action? We've covered a few items, but here's another one. We need to get everyone in the game. We need help from our mission-aligned allies, The Climate Toolkit is intended to arm our allies with the digital and physical assets needed to amplify the message to their members, their neighbors, their families, their friends. While just one organization may reach a few hundred people, together we'll reach thousands. Providing content that could be shared by all helps amplify the climate message. Research tells us that companies with strong climate governance, defined as companies that have a board-level environmental committee that discusses and promotes environmental issues, are more committed to climate change. Research also tells us that companies with a corporate climate commitment recognize that climate change can represent commercial risks or opportunities. The main role of the Corporate Climate Leaders Program will be to develop and document insights from the business community that can help support stronger climate action. Second to that is to acknowledge those companies who are leaders in sustainability and to create opportunities for information sharing. The group will cover a range of topics from energy to low carbon buildings, transportation and mobility to a just transition. We strongly believe that to be effective, however, we need partners like an educational institution, nonprofit, or even a private organization who's willing to put a face to the group. They bring gravitas and have access to incredible resources necessary to make the work valuable to the businesses that it will serve. And in that spirit, we will build this program. The second impact area is related to buildings. According to Rewiring America, there is no debate. Heat pumps are the cleaner choice. Even under conservative Department of Energy minimum efficiency standards, 98% of US households would cut their carbon emissions by installing a heat pump. According to a number of surveys, 73% of household carbon emissions is related to space heating, with water at 21% and 6% other. So electrification of residential space and water heating is an enormous opportunity to cut greenhouse gas pollution and will also help American households save money on their energy bills and realize the health benefits of improved air quality. Heat pump technology continues to improve, particularly in colder climates, as many models can deliver ample heat even when the outdoor temps drop below freezing. Yet many homeowners are unaware of the benefits of heat pumps, and complicating the problem, we know that 80% of HVAC decisions are made during an emergency, and that's not when you're thinking sort of thoughtfully about what you need. You just need heat or you need cool air. So households that don't have a plan rely on contractors for guidance who, for any number of reasons, may direct you to something that's not a heat pump. We want to help homeowners and contractors be ready to support electrification of homes. This program aims to educate homeowners and contractors. We'll also find ways to partner with workforce development organizations to deliver and enhance contractor trainings so that they're ready. And similar to the Residential Climate Toolkit, our goal with the Emissions Reductions Planning and Resource Toolkit for commercial property owners is just to make it, and managers, is to make it easy. Here, our goal is to package the incredible resources already available by the county into a toolkit and guide to support the electrification of buildings. And finally, within local government, building on a strong foundation of our planning and implementation work, what are the other steps that the CPO can support? How can we support the county's commitment to sustainability and climate action? AED research shows, Arlington Economic Development research shows that for every dollar invested in tourism sales, marketing, and marketing activities generates $9 in visitor spending in Arlington. So while CPO makes every effort to leverage external resources to limit direct cost to the county to implement its work plan, our plan will still cost money to implement. So, next slide. Next slide. And so our first step here is in sustainable tourism. So we want to expand and enhance sustainability content on the stayarlington.com tourism website, which we are happy to report launched also this month. Second is to promote Arlington's sustainability accomplishments to various tourism audiences. Third is to explore participation in performance improvement programs that serve to enhance our brand. Next slide. Another key task of the Climate Policy Office is to update the Community Energy Plan. The scope of the new climate action plan will include mitigation, adaptation, and resilience goals, policies, and strategies. Once the greenhouse gas emissions inventory, which Department of Environmental Services is currently working on, is complete, we will move to create the plan scope and then launch later this year. In December, the county manager launched the first interdepartmental climate leadership network, uniting leadership from various county government departments to enhance climate literacy, share resources, foster collaboration, and support of Arlington's ambitious climate goals. We heard from Dr. Kate Marvel, foremost climate scientist from NASA, talk about the latest in climate science and how local action makes a big difference in the fight against climate change. The message we left with the group was a climate job is everybody's job. And we hope to explore this further with the network. We will continue to convene this group on a quarterly basis to talk about climate change, the impacts of many lines of business, what we're doing, and where else we're going with it. And finally, saving the best for last, our policy research and development beyond the work associated with the Climate Action Plan. The work, of course, will be ongoing, will flex with the needs of the county. It's important to note, of course, that even though we have policy in our name, we're not the only ones that are developing it countywide. However, for the purposes of today, we're focusing on what CPO is doing. So the work will aim to analyze current environmental data, assess the impact of existing policies, and identify gaps that need urgent attention. We'll look for opportunities to collaborate, and of course, our analysis and recommendations will emphasize the feasibility of the policies, co-benefits, cost-benefit, and of course, have equity at its center. The work is well underway. An example of this is our collaboration with the Department of Environmental Services AIR team, where we updated the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Ordinance, which, as you know, the board approved in November. This concludes our presentation on the Climate Policy Office Work Plan. Thank you for your time, and of course, we welcome your questions.
Mr. Chair.
I was just looking whether I had your presentation in front of me, but I have photos of your presentation, so that's okay. Thank you, Ms. Fioretti. I see Vice Chair De Ferranti with maybe questions or some discussion on what
I
was.
often try to not go first, but
That leaves the rest of us to go first.
but I will say, in this case, we have 51 minutes until we have to, so I can take 32 of those. No, I'm kidding. So, given the conversation that we just had, Ms. Cunningham, I hope you will tolerate this question. It is about time frame a little bit, and it is a little different in the sense that the questions part of the climate resolution, there could be study on those, but have you thought about, how do we develop those questions, on the equity, who benefits, burden, who's missing, how do we know, what do we do? But do you have a initial gut check on the time frame for how that would take, or the process for how you would reach those questions? Because I love the 5 that we have, and thanks to adding what do we do to those 5 of the equity, but these are very different types of questions, and I don't really know how to do it. So hopefully that's not the worst question.
There already is a process underway as part of the review and discussion of the operating budget. As the manager develops his draft budget, the departments are asked to engage on how their proposed programs or proposed reductions have an impact on climate. What we want to do going forward, and this would closely align with the Climate Action Resolution and the spirit of the Climate Action Resolution, is to broaden those questions into 3 discrete buckets: mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. And so part of our work, the Climate Policy Office's work, is on uplifting information about climate science, the latest in technology, and bringing that information in translating that information to departments to help them make new connections. And so as we work over the next year and have the conversation, say, at the Climate Leadership Network, we'll be thinking about how do we connect with climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience through the budgeting lens. So that would be the approach that we take. We also, of course, feel like in the Climate Policy Office, there's never a day that we're not doing research. So I think that there will be a fair amount of benchmarking and conversations to see what's working well in other jurisdictions and how can we learn from that as well.
That sounds great, and I'm mindful not to take too long. But I will say that in addition to those three buckets, punching through to a question can often be powerful to spur action. And so just in case that helps you as you guys work through it over the next year.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFranti. Ms. Coffey.
Thanks. Two questions, I think. The one of them may have just flown out of my head. The first is, this is a newish office, and it's work that is involved in kind of every department. Everyone has a role to play here. You mentioned you're gathering interdepartmentally. How is the buy-in, I guess, from everyone else, given that this is kind of, it intersects with what everyone else is doing, but it may not be mission critical to their specific day-to-day job description. So what's the reaction been across the organization to getting the whole of government approach started?
Incredible. And it started far before the Climate Policy Office was in existence. I think we have a unique opportunity, however, to illuminate those the conversations with departments, and I also think many departments are doing this work, climate work, and while we're not talking about it every day, it's sort of integrated in what they do, and I think our goal will be to elevate those conversations and really think about the future, right? Because climate change is here, but it's only unfortunately going to get worse despite our best efforts. So we're, to help sort of reduce and adapt and become more resilient. So I think really our focus is going to be on how do we continue to engage departments in meaningful conversation about the future and how their operations may change accordingly.
Yeah, that's great. And then my second question, another one of our challenges is that, unfortunately, what the county literally controls is such a small portion of the total environmental impact that exists in Arlington County. And we do have a number of really good partners and community groups and citizens who are deeply bought into helping us. I think we saw that here on Saturday with the number of folks that came out. But what is our plan to bring in the folks who maybe are not already willing to spend 2 hours on a Saturday morning with us here in the boardroom?
We have to roll up our sleeves and get out into the community and build new or connect with our existing partners to help us to build new relationships. I'd also say that depending on which action in our work plan we're looking at, we're going to be hyper-focused on the audience. And so we may not be able to change all hearts and minds immediately. And the same way, we may want to start with the climate aware and the climate conscious and draw them into the conversation, which hopefully will create a ripple effect. And you see your neighbor doing, maybe using an electric leaf blower, and therefore you might want to do it as well. Yeah. So I would say it will depend. Our strategy will depend on the action, but really, as I mentioned in our residential communications campaign, we're going to have to get out there and knock on doors.
Yeah.
And really engage our mission-aligned organizations to help us, because not everybody wants to hear from us all the time.
Well, thank you. I'm very excited that you're doing this work and to see the work plan finally unveiled for us today.
Thank you. Mrs. Payne.
I think I'll piggyback off of something my colleague Maureen just talked about, Ms. Coffey. I'm intrigued by, your presentation, especially areas. One, I took some notes here where we're talking about education and behavior. I'm always talking about education and inform. And then your climate action plan. And then lastly, definitely not least, the policy and research and development. My question, I'm going somewhere with this, as we talk about building these organic relationships, which is what needs to occur, using our stakeholders. I just want to lend myself to help aid and assist in your team, because I think for us to get any tangible return on our investments, it's going to take, to the point you made earlier, more than just you and a few others. So I'm going to lend myself openly and letting you know, because there's a passion among all of us when it comes to environmental and climate justice, and the time is now. So I'm going to end a little bit sarcastically, I think, because as you talked about education and behavior changes, I started thinking about art buses, the Get Green, new application, putting the QR code on our billing. We are a biophilic city. I can see that sign on police cars, putting it on county vehicles. Mark, I know you're looking at me a little. But if we're going to engage on a really robust campaign, it has to definitely be intentional. And I think the more we can do there, the better off we are. And I'll skip climate action plan, but I was wondering if we can go to slide 20 for just a second. This is where I'm going to end with a little bit of sarcasm, if we can pull it up. Slide 20.
Sorry, sarcasm's not allowed.
Slide 20. Do we have slide 20? Because I have a question here. It's coming. It's something I strongly, I think we all strongly love to see in Arlington. And I think we can get there. We have a budget cycle coming up. Yep. So with this climate action plan, I think laying out over the next, as we close out this fiscal year and moving into the next, be interested in seeing what those tangible engagements are going to be like. All right, we're probably going to wait here on slide 20, but there's an image here, and it just made me thinking, what a beautiful image. Down in the left corner, those look like some windmills, right? Can we get some of those in Arlington? I'm just joking. That's the future. We should have them everywhere, and I think something to think about. You're gonna let you know where I'm going. I think we're primed to get a couple here in Arlington at some point in time, as we think about, not only what we've done in the past, what we're doing now, but what does the future look like here in Arlington? Thank you.
I just don't have questions, and I'm going straight to closing remarks, so mark it for the record. I just want to say a huge thank you both to the manager and to Ms. Fioretti, but also to the many folks who have come before and continue on. I think many are working so hard that they may not be here at the dais within the staff, but then also within the community. And we saw a great number of them on Saturday. It was really a very fun part of our meeting. Not all 11 hours were fun, but that was a very fun part of it. And I think we talked then about just how great it is to be focused and energized and action-oriented and partnership-oriented around this critical issue that affects all of us. And what I saw Saturday and have seen through this whole process is, stitching together our community across all differences of economics and background and age to really do something positive together. And I'm just so excited to see how that continues to snowball and grow across the next couple of months. And I want to say one big shout out for, it's only been a few months, but you and the team have been already knocking off real real activities and actions, from meeting with all the stakeholders and energizing and amplifying their work, to launching the leadership network, to getting Stay Arlington going and Go Green launched. And so, I love the effort and look forward to being part of it going forward. So thank you.
Vice Chair DeFerranti,
It's a
anything?
very quick question.
Sure.
We have 7 to 9 days to get to 500 people on Get Green, and we have how many, about?
Over 350 or so.
Got it. So it will be in my email, and I've heard of Blue Sky, and I count on everybody to, this is a
will do a
measurable
push.
thing, and
Yeah.
so I just wanted to raise that.
And actually, I would say that it is vastly underestimated how useful this app is, because I mean, it was really above my expectations. We usually have like common expectations, what an app, what kind of notification, etc. What I really appreciate is something that is very common to all this effort. And this is a lot of work that is behind that. So because I know that the entries that specifically for Arlington, for people who live in this region, who live in our conditions, there is a lot of very useful information and also very useful like pointers and hints that gets you to other things. And this has a very positive cascading effect on the mind of people. I have two things to say about before I thank you profusely for all the work. Number one, I really appreciate that the 3 buckets, right? The education behavioral change, which was always one of the strong suits of where Arlington invested for decades now. This the fact that we had here a full room tells a story about this. Then specifically buildings, I kind of missed transportation and all this, but buildings. And then government. So on the education and behavioral change, I expect during the budget deliberations this year to discuss a little bit about, this is also for the county manager, a little bit about the division of labor between our office at the county manager's office, or Ms. Fioretti's office, and what AIR will be doing. I like the long acronym DESIRE. So I think that, yes, there are the climate toolkit, for example, the one-stop shop, which reminds me to the Green Choice Home program, etc. All extremely successful initiatives, always underrated, underestimated, because we never measured outcomes. One thing that I would like, I would ask you is, how do you believe that we will begin to measure outcomes, policy outcomes here, the effectiveness? It's not only the. I understand that at the end, the ultimate measure is the carbon footprint, right? Which we have proven methodologies to do. But how are we going to approach that? I know that the answer is still not in, but this is one of the questions. The second thing that I have to say, and it has to do with the buildings and the government part. I experienced the HVAC energy efficiency program as a primarily environmental justice program, because it is an easy, low-hanging fruit. Those who have the worst heating and cooling in our community are those who can least afford heating and cooling. And the big problem here is that efficient HVAC is expensive at the beginning and extremely cost-effective in its operation. And this is essential, practical, on-the-ground environmental justice to bring top-notch technology to those who under normal circumstances could never afford it, and in exchange we get the positive effect over the total of the population. So I am very interested to see where are the docking points, the synapses for the environmental justice and equity equation here. I said before, and I will repeat it again, for me this is the number one lever. If we get that right, we can get everything else probably right as well. And the final on government, do you expect, and this is a straightforward question, not a rhetorical one, do you expect that this year we will see departments coming with they come always to our work sessions, which begin on Thursday, by the way. They come with a equity slide. Do you expect that at least some of them will come with a green slide?
I don't know if you would classify it as green slide, but
Well, an environmental action slide.
Consistent
climate
with
change slide.
previous operating budget work sessions, there's certainly departments that have framed their actions with an environmental umbrella, and I can see that continuing.
I'm going to answer the question by saying no, but. We're not going to have a separate slide on it, but actually, when we have the presentation coming up on Thursday with DTS and Technology and Parks, we've had conversations with them about how they see their role in that. So I would encourage you to ask them that. The more formal approach, when we sent questions out to departments, they answered them, but there isn't going to be an actual slide. So I encourage you to have that conversation. They're ready.
Yeah, I commit to at least have a part of this conversation, not to dominate the scene, but at least have a reminder. So, colleagues, is there any other comment or remark? Again, thank you. This is awesome work. Thank you so much. And Mr. Dooley, absolutely. And all your colleagues. I know. And we should remember that the community energy plan is still alive and kicking and going on, and this is a ongoing work. And if it wasn't for this kind of work, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you. Sorry, I need this microphone. At this point, we are, Mr. Manager, I believe that this is all.
And that concludes my report.
Okay, that's all your reports, and we are. We will we will stay in recess for half an hour at 6 p.m. We're back in session. Thank you all for joining us tonight. We will start with, before we begin with our regular business this evening, we will begin with our pulled consent items. And this is item number 6, Barcroft Apartments. Mr. Kushner, please call the item.
Of course, and bear with me, it's a long one. Item number 6 is the Barcroft Apartments located at South George Mason Drive and Columbia Pike. It's a multi-part item. Part A is consideration of the following actions associated with the Barcroft Apartments land use analysis planning process. Part 1 is a resolution to amend the general land use plan map and booklet and proposed amendments to the master transportation plan map. Part 2 is an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County zoning ordinance, Appendix A and Appendix B, to implement the Barcroft Master Financing and Development Plan and associated policy updates adopted by the County Board in July 2024. Part B of this item is a use permit for the development of a 6-story multifamily building with 110 units on the Barcroft Apartments property in accordance with the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, with modifications for the height of the first floor relative to the fronting sidewalk elevation, landscape standards, and for requirements associated with the underlying zoning district for the existing buildings to remain located at 4230 Columbia Pike. And the final Part C of this item is a request for the County Board to reallocate $3,280,000 and $280,754 of the original $150 million Barcroft County Acquisition Fund loan for use by Higher Lynch Real Estate Partners or its county-approved affiliate to help finance the redevelopment and construction of a 110-unit new committed affordable building located at 4230 Columbia Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Olivia Sontag, and she's joined by Melissa Danowski and Rob Gibson. Matt Matuzik's available online. I'm going to ask Ms. Sontag to go through all of the items in her presentations rather than having us parceling it out into different pieces. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Again, Olivia Sontag with the Arlington County Planning Division. So we do have a series of items to present to you. This first item that we'll go through is 6A for the amendments to the general land use plan, the master transportation plan, and the commercial and neighborhoods form-based codes. So again, 2 different items within this. The first one will be the general land use plan and master transportation plan changes, and then we'll cover the zoning ordinance amendments that are proposed to both the commercial and neighborhoods form-based codes. So we'll start with a little bit of background and site context for everybody, and then dive into all of the elements that are under consideration, and then move to our recommendation. So to begin, we're going to start with a brief background on the property, the acquisition, and some of the commitments that have been made. The Barcroft Apartments property is located in the western half of Columbia Pike. It's generally bordered by South George Mason Drive, Columbia Pike, and South 4 Mile Run. It's approximately 62 acres and was developed with 52 garden-style apartment buildings in the 1940s, making it the largest market-rate affordable community in Arlington. When it was listed for sale in the fall of 2021, it risked the displacement of residents, but with a $150 million loan from Arlington County and a $160 million loan from Amazon, Gyre Lynch Real Estate Partners acquired the property, preserving the affordability of 1,335 units for 99 years, averaging up to 60% AMI. And as a result, none of the residents were displaced, and staff and the Gyre Lynch team have continued to work to memorialize these commitments and create an updated vision for the property over the past couple of years. So most of these commitments are captured in the Master Financing and Development Plan, which the County Board approved back in July of 2024. We also call this the MFDP. It's a document that's produced by the Gyre Lynch team and reflects their vision and commitments for the site, including an affordable housing financing plan, a site redevelopment plan, and a phasing plan. The redevelopment and phasing plan in particular were the focus of the first half of 2024, where an expanded version of the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group made up of several county commissions and community organizations and representatives from civic associations helped to review the vision for Barcroft, including the conservation area limits and redevelopment areas, the multimodal transportation network and parking, public parks and natural open spaces, and urban design and transitions for the site. When the board approved the MFDP in July of 2024, they also adopted updates to 2 Columbia Pike planning documents, the Neighborhoods Area Plan and the Columbia Pike Initiative, and advertised updates to the General Land Use Plan and Master Transportation Plan. So with these actions, the vision for Barcroft was established. The body of work that we're presenting this evening is the implementation of the vision into the neighborhoods and commercial form-based codes, the GLEP and the MTP, so that ongoing future renovations and redevelopment on the site is consistent with this vision. So staff continued to engage the expanded Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group and community on the implementation process and proposed amendments in October and November of last year, and took the item to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission in December. The amendments were advertised in January, and tonight we have a series of items for board consideration. So this presentation will focus on the proposed amendments to the GLEP, the MTP, and the neighborhoods and commercial form-based codes. And then we've also been concurrently reviewing a neighborhoods form-based code use permit for the first new construction project and reallocation of a portion of the loan for the development project, which will be the subject of the next presentation. So now we'll dive into the different elements for consideration, starting with the general land use plan and master transportation plan changes. So the general land use plan includes specific elements such as the street network, the boundaries of the conservation areas, the boundaries of the neighborhoods form-based code and the commercial form-based code, as well as planned public open spaces. So when we were developing this new vision, we did recognize that the general land use plan would also have to be updated. So the planned changes are reflected on the right side of the screen and show the addition of a public park space, this updated street network, again, all consistent with the updates that the board adopted in July of 2024. And then we'll also be updating a couple things in the GLEP booklet, including some of the narrative portions of that. And then similarly, some updates are required to the master transportation plan to reflect this updated street network, some of the bicycle facilities that have been re-envisioned with this land use analysis process. So moving on to the commercial form-based code changes, with the July 2024 updates to the neighborhood area plan, the commercial nodes on both the northeast and the northwest corners of the site were brought into the neighborhoods area plan so that one document would provide all of the guidance for Barcroft. So these proposed updates to the commercial form-based code regulating plans implement this vision by removing these areas from the commercial code, bringing them into the neighborhoods form-based code. So this is the village center plan, again, removes what we're calling the Penske site south of Columbia Pike, and that'll now appear in the neighborhoods form-based code. And then similarly, in the neighborhood center regulating plan, removing everything south of Columbia Pike, which shows the existing Goodwill site, and bringing that into the neighborhoods form-based code. So all consistent with everything that the board adopted in July. So moving on, the bulk of the changes are within the neighborhoods form-based code. We have 3 primary categories where changes are being proposed. The first is to regulating plan maps, which indicate the buildable areas where public spaces are, permitted uses, and building heights. We'll also be updating some of the regulatory text to help support some of the development that's anticipated and some lessons learned with renovation use permits that we've been processing. And then the third category are updating the street type maps and the street space cross sections for the code. So with the approval of the MFDP and adoption of updates to the neighborhoods area plan in July of 2024, it updated the form of development envisioned across the site, including the limits of the conservation areas, a new street network and block structure, building heights, and then parks and natural area locations. And that's all reflected on some of these maps on screen. This, for example, is the urban form vision map. And then the proposed updates to the central sub-area regulating plan implement those updates that were adopted to the neighborhoods area plan in July 2024, again, including those updates to the location and size of public parks, where the preserved natural areas will be located, revised areas of conservation limits and redevelopment, and then the limits of bonus height areas. So we also have some text updates that are proposed to the neighborhoods form-based code. Again, these were some of which were identified during the land use analysis process, and will help facilitate some of the development that's coming down the pipeline. These are also some lessons learned, again, that we uncovered during the review of renovation use permits. I won't go into detail about these, but I'm happy to return if there are questions. And then the multimodal street network established with the MFDP had to balance a number of different priorities, including maintaining and enhancing existing vehicular routes, improving pedestrian and bike connectivity, consideration of multimodal projects such as the improvements along Columbia Pike, and the anticipated updates on George Mason, and the challenge of existing topography and existing buildings, which will remain. So this process identified the location and nature of these facilities, but did stop short of developing street cross-sections. The proposed amendments introduce cross-sections that support the multimodal vision for the site. And with that, I'm going to hand things over to Mr. Gibson and our Department of Environmental Services to walk through the proposed cross-sections.
Good evening. As we looked at the proposed code changes, first thing we did was we identified that there are 3 existing cross-sections within the plan. And from our past experiences, we wanted to take a good look at these cross-sections and if they should be applied in the new Barcroft development, and if things were left out from these cross-sections that should be addressed. And with that in mind, there are 4 key areas that we identified that should be addressed with the new cross-sections for Barcroft. These cross-sections only apply to the Barcroft area with this amendment. They don't apply to the other areas within the neighborhoods form-based code. But the 4 areas that we looked at adding emphasis on was ensuring that street cross-sections could support aerial fire access. The street cross-sections included support for multimodal elements such as bike lanes and facilities. We wanted to make sure that the network could be delivered in an appropriate manner, considering that some areas in Barcroft would see redevelopment and others would see preservation, with some streets only having development on one side of the block. And then we really wanted to tie into the MFDP goals of biophilia and make sure that our street segments within this area appropriately addressed our biophilic goals and tree goals. Next. With that in mind, a multidisciplinary staff, including fire, planning, urban forestry, and DES, worked on developing 7 new cross-sections presented here. Those cross-sections include streets surrounding the site and then new internal streets. Next. This table provides a quick summary of some of the facilities within those cross-sections. For the internal streets, we're proposing a minimum of 6-foot clear sidewalks for all new streets. On the perimeter streets, we have 8-foot clear sidewalks, and then on Columbia Pike, recommendation for 10-foot clear sidewalks. All of our streets will account and support new planting areas for street trees. They will also include areas for on-street parking. Some of the streets include provisions for bike facilities, which we'll talk about in more detail in the next slide. And then as far as the travel lanes for vehicles, we typically had an 11-foot travel lane, but in some cases, we saw 12 and 13-foot travel lanes in order to support that aerial access for fire. And we also, in some cases, introduced painted medians to support that aerial fire access. We'll talk about that more in upcoming slides. As we looked at the bike network, this proposed network is consistent with what's in the MTP. It provides new bike facilities, new protected bike facilities from the new facilities along George Mason Drive all the way back to the O&D trail, and across and through the site. There's basically 3 different facility types that we're looking at. Protected sidewalk grade bike facilities, generally along 12th Street from George Mason to South Thomas Street. And then we have a potential for either cycle track facilities or on-street bike lanes on 12th Street and South Wakefield Street. And then we have protected cycle track facilities on South 4 Mile Run. This provides a comprehensive all-ages network within this community to access the local development and regional bike facilities. Next. We talked about the fire code. One of the key things that we identified is that in order to provide aerial fire access, in some cases, we didn't want to have to take room away from clear sidewalks or planting areas in order to provide that. So we made sure that we built that into the street cross sections as part of the code. And so specifically, Section D of the appendix requires aerial fire access when buildings are above 30 feet. There are 2 components that we considered when developing the street cross sections to address that. One was to provide the minimum of 26 feet of clear unobstructed space. There are a number of different ways that we've provided that. Sometimes painted medians. In other cases, we've used space within the protected bike lanes. And then the second requirement was that those 26 feet clear needed to be no greater than 30 feet from the face of building. And so if we go to the next street, we can talk about. This is one of the cross sections just as an example. And 12th Road through the site, what we're proposing is 2 travel lanes, a painted 4-foot buffer, parking on both sides, and then the protected sidewalk grade bike facilities with plantings between the parking lanes and the bike facilities, and then trees between the bike facilities and pedestrians, with an additional building zone and dooryard adjacent to that to round out the segment. So we went through a comprehensive analysis for each of these sections to look at these elements. If you have questions, we can go into those in detail. But we think that this is a balanced approach to ensure that transportation and public safety goals are met within the Barcroft project, along with our biophilic goals. Next.
Thanks, Rob. So just to close out, in addition to review by the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group and the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission, these proposed amendments were shared with the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board. And both the Transportation Commission and the Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval of the amendments, with the Planning Commission making one additional motion that the County Board consider future changes to Appendix B of the Fire Code to balance fire safety and street safety. So with that, our recommendation is to adopt the GLUP and the MTP proposed amendments and adopt the updates to the neighborhoods and the commercial form-based codes. And that closes out item 6A, and I believe now we're going to move into a second presentation to cover the neighborhood's form-based code use permit and the loan reallocation. So give me just a minute to pull up that next presentation.
Just for general awareness, the items that triggered the interest to remove the item from the consent agenda were centered in the items that you just presented on, which is just a friendly hint that we can go faster through the reminder.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Since they were not.
I mean, I can confess that I love to talk about form-based code housekeeping, but I don't believe that it's a...
All right, well, we'll try to get through this one quickly. We do have the applicant here as well to give a brief presentation after the staff presentation. But this will cover two different items. These are subject to separate board reports. The first is for the neighborhood's form-based code use permit for the redevelopment of a site at 4230 Columbia Pike. And then the second item is for an AHIF loan reallocation. So before covering the content of the proposal, I just do want to remind the Commission that this use permit is being considered concurrent with the zoning ordinance amendment, GLUP, and the MTP amendments presented in the previous item because it does rely on the proposed updates to the regulating plan and the cross sections in the neighborhood's form-based code in order to move this item forward. And I'll point some of those out as we move through the slides. So this site is within the Columbia Pike corridor, and this is an excerpt of the GLUP map, which shows the revitalization district boundaries. This is the GLUP map as proposed in the previous amendments. So the neighborhood's area boundaries are shown as note 24 and 24A, and then the commercial nodes are shown as note 8. And this site is within the central subarea regulating plan and is designated low, medium residential on the general land use plan. The site is located on the northeast corner of Columbia Pike and South Taylor Street, which will be dedicated as part of this proposal. And the property is currently developed with one garden-style apartment building with 14 three-bedroom units. So the site is zoned RA 818 multiple family dwelling district, and it's within the Columbia Pike neighborhood's form-based code boundaries. The applicant has opted to use this optional zoning tool to pursue a form-based code use permit for site redevelopment. This excerpt of the central subarea regulating plan shown here reflects the proposed amendments again reviewed under the previous item. The site has urban mixed use, the urban mixed use building envelope standard on both the Columbia Pike and South Taylor Street frontage. And the development does comply with the requirements of this these building envelope standards, including the red required build to line and the blue parking setback lines, and also maximizes the maximum allowable building height as 6 stories. So these are the proposed cross sections that were just reviewed under the previous item. The Columbia Pike cross section will apply on the southern side. So we're looking at 2 travel lanes, 10 and 11 feet, a shared 8-foot parking lane and street tree zone, 10-foot clear sidewalk, and a 4-foot building zone. And this has been designed as well to tie into the recent improvements that have been completed on Columbia Pike. And then on South Taylor Street, we'll see a 4-foot building zone, a 6-foot clear sidewalk, 7-foot shared street tree and parking or fire lane, and then a 12-foot travel lane with that 2-foot median to accommodate fire access. So the proposal, I'll give just a high-level overview, and the applicant will provide a little more detail on the proposal. But again, they're demolishing one existing building with 14 units, constructing a 6-story multifamily building, 100% committed affordable units. There are 110 units total, 26 one-beds, 69 two-beds, and 15 three-beds. So about 70% of those units are family size, 2-bedroom or greater. Additionally, as part of the commitments in the Master Financing Development Plan, the applicant is providing 10% of the units as Type A accessible. They're also providing 3 levels of underground parking, totaling 91 spaces, with 89 of those in the garage and 2 on street. 48 bicycle parking spaces. They've also provided their required 15% private open space on a 2nd-story terrace. They're also complying with the new green building requirements of the neighborhood's form-based code and are proposing Earthgraft Gold and additional energy optimization requirements, including Energy Star certification. They do have 3 requested modifications. I'll let the applicant detail these a little bit more in their presentation, but these include a request to modify the height of the first floor relative to the fronting sidewalk along South Taylor Street due to some challenges in topography there, a request to deviate from the landscape standards for street tree spacing just on South Taylor Street for the location of a fire lane, and then also a request for a modification for adjacent existing buildings to remain. This is a common request when we see phased development. So this item did go to the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group with full support, particularly for the number of committed affordable units, family-sized units, and accessible units being proposed. The item was also provided as a development update to the Housing Commission with no questions or comments. The applicant did hold a community meeting, which was attended by the Douglas Park representatives of the Douglas Park Civic Association with positive feedback. This item went to the Planning Commission on the 12th with a recommendation for approval. And with that, I believe I will turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Melissa. We're not done just yet.
I nodded in acquiescence.
Moving too quickly.
Ms. Riley, welcome back to
Good to be back.
Mr. Chair.
Right.
To a familiar place.
It's very short, yeah.
Yeah.
Very
All
short.
right. Thanks, Melissa.
So I'm Melissa Danowski with the Housing Division, and this item is for approval to reallocate a portion of the original $150 million County Acquisition Fund loan in support of the financing of the new construction Committed Affordable, or CAF, building. First, I want to quickly provide some background information. As Ms. Sontag mentioned in the previous presentation, the Master Financing and Development Plan, or MFDP, was approved by the County Board last July. The Affordable Housing Financing Plan component of the MFDP outlined how the original $150 million loan used for the acquisition by J.R. Lynch Real Estate Partners will be reallocated to create separate loans as each phase is renovated or redeveloped. I also want to note that separately, the county's line of credit utilized for the $150 million loan currently has a $120 million balance due to recent paydowns by the county. Next. The request to reallocate about $3.3 million of the original $150 million loan is in support of J.R. Lynch's competitive 9% low-income housing tax credit, or LIHTC, application to Virginia Housing. The development is anticipated to be a hybrid 9%, 4% LIHTC project. This means of the total 110 committed affordable units, the 9% AHIF reallocation will support 47 units planned for the 9% LIHTC portion of the development. The AHIF reallocation for the remaining 63 units in the 4% LIHTC portion of the development is anticipated to be considered later this year. In terms of the new construction affordable housing program, the 110 CAFs will be affordable for 99 years, less the time elapsed since the original covenant that was recorded as of the December 2021 acquisition by J.R. Lynch. The development in total will contain 11 Type A accessible units, and there will also be 12 units affordable up to 30% of the area median income, or AMI, with the remaining units averaging up to 60% AMI. Next. This slide shows the projected sources and uses for the 9% LIHTC portion of the development. Financing will include a senior mortgage, the 9% LIHTC tax credit equity, the AHIF and Amazon Housing Equity Fund reallocations, and a deferred developer fee. The AHIF reallocation for this portion of the development does equate to about $70,000 per unit. Other financing terms per the Affordable Housing Financing Plan include a 0.5% interest rate on the AHIF loan and a term that will be coterminous with the senior mortgage. Next slide. So this final slide includes our recommendations for both the use permit item and the reallocation item. A is to approve the subject use permit in accordance with the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, and B is to reallocate $3,280,754 of the original $150 million Barcroft County Acquisition Fund loan for use by J.R. Lynch to help finance the redevelopment and new construction of the 110-unit CAF building. And I think now we can turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Now it's our turn. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Lauren Riley. I'm with Walsh Colucci. We represent the applicants, J.R. Lynch Real Estate Partners. Good to see you all again, and hopefully for a little bit of a shorter time tonight than on Saturday. Joining me tonight's Ruth Hong with J.R. Lynch. We also have Kalina Francis Lee with J.R. Lynch online, as well as some of our design team here in person and online. And I will do my best to be brief as we roll through this presentation. Though, having just said that, I would be remiss if I didn't take just a moment to really recognize and appreciate all that we collectively have been able to do since this historic acquisition in 2021. When Gyre Lynch acquired the property with help from the county and Amazon, we knew that we would have to do a master finance and development plan. And so while we were working on what that process would be, how that public process would take place, Gyre Lynch wanted to immediately get started on the entitlements for the renovation use permits so that we could begin to improve these units for existing residents while this larger process was going on. So here, this graphic, you can see these blue areas are the renovation use permits that we processed in 2023 and in 2024. In January of 24 is when that master finance and development plan process kicked off, that public review process. And we all, staff, the applicant team, the community worked hard, met many times over the winter, spring, and summer of last year before the master finance and development plan was approved by you all. And while we were doing that, we thought we'd go ahead and process another 2 renovation use permits. So a lot of work on behalf of staff, the community, and the applicant team has gone into where we are today. So you've just heard the presentation on the zoning ordinance amendments and the regulating plan. All of that will be able to facilitate the first new construction project in Barcroft, outlined in red here. And here you can see the site in its context of the regulating plan. I won't spend too much time here other than to say in the form-based code, when a project goes through the form-based code process, if it meets all of the requirements, it is typically reviewed and approved administratively. When there are modifications, that's when the project will go to the county board. And so the project we're about to show you today meets all form-based code requirements, but those 3 modifications that Ms. Sontag mentioned and that I'll go over. And so, but for those, this project would typically go through an administrative review process. Some site context background, and I apologize, we flipped the orientation on you all. Columbia Pike is now to your left, but this will help us better show the site zoomed in. You can see this existing building right here, 14 units, 1 building existing today. Here's some site photos. When we started this process, that ongoing multimodal work along Columbia Pike had just started and hadn't reached our site yet. So on the left, you can see what the site looked like before those project improvements. So on the top left is a view looking west, and on the bottom left is the view looking east. And then if you turn to your right, these are both views looking east towards Centro and Pentagon City. You can see the difference that multimodal work has made, and those are the sidewalks that we're going to tie into with this proposed project here. Here we've got a rendered site plan of our project. Well, we're proposing a 6-story multifamily building, 110 units. All of those will be affordable, as Ms. Danowski and Ms. Sontag mentioned. Those will be affordable at an average of 60% of AMI. And through that averaging, we are able to provide some deeper affordability between 30% and up to 80% units in order to meet that average. We're also providing 10% of the units as type A accessible units, which is more than the 2% building code requirement, and that fulfills the recommendation of the MFDP for new construction affordable buildings to have 10% accessible units. In terms of site access, on Columbia Pike, we've got 2 pickup drop-off parking spaces here coming around South Taylor Street. At the corner of Columbia Pike and South Taylor Street is the main building lobby. This is the main pedestrian access for the building. Coming down South Taylor Street, we'll have a secondary lobby there close to the corner of Taylor and the alley. And then once you get around the alley is where your vehicular access is for loading and parking. And then here on the back of the site is the courtyard where the site will meet its open space requirement of over 3,700 square feet. In terms of sustainability, I believe this project will be the first one to go through after you all passed the new green building policies and regulations for the form-based code. So this will be meeting Earthcraft Gold. And then, as Ms. Sontag mentioned, we have 3 modifications for this site. The first one is the street tree spacing requirement. So the form-based code requires an average street tree spacing of 30 feet per block face. We're able to meet that along Columbia Pike. However, on South Taylor Street, this striped area is a required fire access lane. So we do need to bump in that curb for this area. We're not able to meet the number of required street trees on this frontage, though our team has worked hard in consultation with staff to provide as many street trees as we can in this area. The second modification that we have that I'll be able to show you when we get to some elevations is the finished floor, is the form-based code finished floor height relative to the average sidewalk elevation here along South Taylor Street. That's due to the steep topography of Taylor from as you come in from Columbia Pike down to the alley. And then the last modification is for the existing buildings to remain as they are, remain conforming to the zoning ordinance standards. And that's typical where you have projects that have existing buildings to remain in phase development. So walk you through the building. We have a 2.5-story below grade garage. So here's that first level of garage. And then as you come up, some of you may be familiar with the topography along Columbia Pike. The building starts to become exposed here on the south side where we have our alley. You can see the garage entrance here in the bottom right, loading right here in the middle. We'll have a secondary lobby and a bike room access here along South Taylor Street. And the rest of the building is below grade as you move up. More of the building becomes exposed. We'll have units lining along South Taylor Street. And then here's that first ground floor plan, our lobby, our main lobby entrance here at Columbia Pike and South Taylor Street. And all of the building amenities will front along Columbia Pike in our courtyard here in the back. Moving up the building, this is a typical floor plan of units 2 through 5, 6 on level 6, the building steps back a bit. And then on 7, you can see the roof plan, how that fits in context with the site plan. Really quickly, the materials for this building are focused on masonry and fiber cement. We've placed that fiber cement at the top of the building where it's less visible, less impactful. The building will be mostly red brick here at this facade with some brick detailing here to reference the existing Barcroft apartment buildings. Coming around the back to South Taylor Street, per the form-based code requirements, we're splitting up these facades, creating distinct facade elements along South Taylor Street. You can see where that secondary lobby entrance is here, and then we're loading and parking entrances here in the alleyway. And then here's what this will look like in elevation as you're walking along Columbia Pike from west to east. There will be an entrance into the amenity area here where that person is. As you continue to walk down, you'll hit the main lobby entrance. And coming around to South Taylor, this is where you can see the need for the modification of the finished floor height relative to the sidewalk. So up here at the top on the right, this is where the lobby is. As you come down, your form-based code first floor is right here, which is about 10 feet higher than the average sidewalk, though we do have an entrance where folks can access this portion of the building. So we need that technical modification to have this ground floor higher than the sidewalk, even though for pedestrian purposes, the ground floor will be this parking level right here at the corner of South Taylor in the alleyway. And then coming around to the back of the building, again, you can see the loading entrance, the garage entrance, and then a little bit of a break between the building and the property line, and the courtyard is there in the back behind the building. And again, here's some more renderings. You can see a courtyard view rendering there on the bottom left. And then, as Ms. Sontag said, we've had a lot of public engagement on this application. We met with the advisory working group. We've had a community meeting. All who are very supportive, as well as the advisory commission. So with that, that'll end our presentation, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we have advisory groups with us. Thank you. The planning commission is with us. Mr. Tran.
Here I am. Yeah.
Thank you for coming again.
No, I could have gotten out of this one for the second time. But so we, obviously, as was mentioned, we heard all of these items. For the 6A item regarding the MTP amendments and all of that, the biggest issue that we were running into was the issue with the fire code and the aerial access.
Can you speak a little bit closer to the microphone or bring the microphone closer?
Is that better?
Yes, it's far
Okay.
better.
And for the record, my name is Tony Striner, representing the Planning Commission tonight. Yes, so the fire code was the biggest issue that we ran into with the first item. Everyone on the commission was generally in favor of looking into it and having a public process to determine whether we needed to continue on that line of sticking with the fire code as it exists today. Some were more aggressive than others on that. With our second motion, arguing that we needed to get rid of the those two pieces from the appendix. But there was a general consensus that that aspect should be looked into again. There were questions of what are the consequences of us not requiring, the sort of 15-foot minimums that we're talking about right now. But that was really the main issue for the first item. The second item, as it relates to the development with the 110 units, we were generally really in favor of it, and we were just kind of picking at things on the margins, things like biophilic design and just tree canopy around the building. There were some, if I'm remembering correctly, there were some parking spots that were kind of sacrificed in exchange for some extra trees, sacrificed some extra parking spots. And eventually what we landed on is that there's a general theme that a couple of commissioners, myself included, is that we need to put the same kind of consideration and thought into projects in all parts of Arlington, not just our North Arlington or Crystal City. We need to put the same kind of bells and whistles and amenities and site designs and features into all aspects of Arlington, and not just the corridors that we like to develop. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Striner. Colleagues, I believe that the discussion is now with the board. No. Oh, we have public speakers, of course. Sorry. Too fast. So I believe we have public speakers.
We do, if you give me just a moment. Our first public speaker, speaking for 2 minutes, is Audrey Clement, followed by Jillian Burgess.
Members of the board and the county manager, I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. In a February 12, 2025 email to Arlington County Civic Federation Revenues and Expenditures Committee, Suzanne Sundberg estimated that to date, the county has spent at least $440.75 million to redevelop the Barcroft apartments on Columbia Pike as follows, and she provides a list that I will be happy to provide the board. This does not include $40.7 million for reduction of the loan balance to avoid higher interest rates on debt service, but it does mean that those funds were not available for other purposes at the time they were spent to reduce the loan balance. It also does not include the annual debt service on Barcroft apartment loans estimated at $12 million. As Sundberg pointed out in her e-blast, quote, in 2021, Gyre Lynch paid roughly 3 times the property's then assessed value of $138 million versus a $425 million purchase price, end of quote. By now, Sundberg's lowball estimate of the county's investment in Barcroft Apartments is $441 million divided by $138 million, or 3.2 times its assessed value at the time of sale, not counting the debt service payments. The payout has reaped vast rewards for the slumlord who sold the property to Gyre Lynch in 2021 after milking it for the better part of a century. It has also benefited the new owner, Gyre Lynch, who has evidently forked out little of any, if any, of its own money on the investment. So where does that leave county taxpayers who underwrote the investment? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next speaker is Jillian Burgess, followed by our 5-minute speaker, Chris Slatt.
Good evening.
There you go.
To your right, there is a button that, yeah, that works. That's already.
Okay, great. Hello, Jillian Burgess from Cherrydale. While I enthusiastically support the vast majority of the changes related to Barcroft apartments, I'm here today because of the inclusion of 2 overly wide and therefore unsafe streets included in the plan. It seems that these wide streets are a result of the Arlington County Fire Department pushing for particularly wide streets to be built near multifamily buildings. But we know that wide streets are unsafe and environmentally unsustainable. While the intent of these requests are certainly to allow fire department vehicles easy access to respond to emergencies, we know that wider streets cause more emergencies. In the Barcroft Apartments planning process, the proposed cross-street sections ST 8640 and ST 6140 in the updated Form Biz code are overly wide. We know that wide streets lead to speeding and unsafe driving. They also require more impervious surface, which increases our runoff that flows into the Chesapeake Bay and our contribution to climate change. The fire department has not been insisting on such unsafe, unsustainable street widths near single-family homes that are more than 30 feet high, which means that the wide streets in Barcroft would be forcing lower-income residents to live along markedly less safe streets than we see in other parts of the county. Also, it seems that other fire departments, including Alexandria and Fairfax, are able to respond to emergencies without such wide streets. So I'm here today to ask you for three things. One, replace these unsafe street designs in the Barcroft apartment glup with safe street designs. Two, strike Appendix D as requested by the Planning Commission. And three, bring the fire marshal together into a public discussion about the options for building safe streets that are both consistent with Arlington's priorities of safety, equity, and sustainability, and enables a speedy emergency response. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Mrs. Ladd.
Gonna make us all wait for the slow. Oopsie daisy.
We still haven't figured out how the memory function of this works.
Good evening, I'm Chris Slatt. I'm speaking this evening for a local nonprofit, Sustainable Mobility for Arlington County. Narrow lanes save lives and wide streets encourage speeding. These are long understood maxims in transportation planning in Arlington County. There are street designs planned in Barcroft that don't look like any other planning document in Arlington County. One has 12-foot wide travel lanes, another has a strange 4-foot painted buffer in the middle that appears to serve no purpose, but serves fire code purposes, and prevents installation of a median or a pedestrian refuge. These aren't things we generally see in Arlington, where the demands on our right-of-way are huge and every foot of road space is precious. The resulting wider lanes proposed here will result in higher speeds and more crashes, and yeah. Like I said, I will preface the remainder of my testimony with a free admission that my area of expertise here is transportation and not fire safety, but I have done my best and most careful research that I can as a layman, and I believe that what I'm stating after here is accurate. These strange cross-sections are a result of the aerial access section of Appendix D of the Fire Code. It states that access roads, including streets for buildings over 30 feet tall, must have an unobstructed clear width of 26 feet, and that the access road must be no closer than 15 feet and no further than 30 feet from the building. This is not the first time that aerial access enforcement has led to a suboptimal transportation outcome. 23rd Street in front of the Crystal Plaza 5 site plan will feature only a 5-foot wide protected bike lane. When asked for a 6-foot wide protected bike lane during SPRC, as recommended by NACTO, it was explained that this would run afoul of the aerial access requirements to be within 30 feet of the building face. And sure enough, when you add up a 10-foot sidewalk, 5-foot tree pits, a 5-foot bike lane, a 3-foot buffer, and a 7-foot parking lane, you have reached that maximum 30-foot distance from the building. And therefore, a 6-foot bike lane would have put us at 31 feet, unless that space came out of one of our other priorities, a narrower sidewalk, less soil volume for the street trees, or the loss of street parking. Last I heard, the approved Melwood development also included a 26-foot wide driving area on Grant Street to meet aerial access requirements. Unlike many provisions of the Fire Code, this one is, by my layman's analysis, well within your power as a county board to amend or eliminate, as outlined in my earlier letter on February 11th, which I won't go into again. Arlington appears to be in the minority of peer Virginia jurisdictions in adopting these requirements. Alexandria has adopted a heavily modified version of Appendix D that does not include aerial access street width requirements, and none of the following jurisdictions appear to have adopted Appendix D at all in their local fire codes: Fairfax County, Harrisonburg, Newport News, Norfolk, Richmond, and Virginia Beach. Long-term enforcement of these aerial access provisions will cost lives on our streets. Nearly all future construction in Arlington is likely to be at 30 feet tall, meaning unsafe street widths will come along for the ride with nearly all new construction. At an absolute minimum, we need to have a robust conversation about the trade-offs of this policy. Are we saving more lives than we are costing? Are there alternatives? Are there better ways to define unobstructed, perhaps, to retain more flexibility for good street design? Could this provision be dropped only for sprinklered buildings? Would this provision be less important if our fire trucks were smaller? If the board ultimately decides that this aerial access provision is critically important for resident safety, I strongly encourage you to implement it consistently and fairly across all types of construction and all types of neighborhoods in Arlington. This would not be the first instance where uneven enforcement of the fire code creates an inequitable situation. Another portion of the fire code, section 503.2.1, requires a 20-foot clear width on all fire access roads, regardless of height, including all county streets, though it does give the code official explicit authority to modify that requirement. I wish our fire code official would use that authority more regularly to allow certain obstructions within the clear width, such as pedestrian refuges, medians, and protected bike lane barriers. Instead, what we have seen is that the 20-foot clear width provision is enforced on all new multifamily construction that goes through site plan, but completely ignored on most by-right development, such as new single-family homes. The end result is that single-family homeowners get to live on safe, calm, narrow streets, but renters in multifamily developments have to live on wider, less safe streets with speeding problems. Thank you for your time. I urge you to please prioritize street safety, amend Appendix D of the Arlington County Fire Prevention Code to remove or significantly improve the aerial access road requirements, get these unsafe street designs out of Barcroft. Let's have an actual conversation about these trade-offs. I hope to see the fire officials in a future community conversation, and I commend CPHD staff and DES staff for their excellent work on Barcroft. They were working within the fire code that we currently have, and they did their best to limit its possible damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ladd. Do we have other speakers? I don't believe so.
There are no
That's the
further
last
speakers.
one. So now it is the discussion is with the board colleagues. I do believe that on this item we have, except if I may be wrong, but we have mostly questions on the issues that have been brought forward by our speakers. Are there any questions? I can start. So the argument here is, and I'm sure we will discuss that more in detail. The argument here is that the 26-foot wide fire lane seems to be mandated for aerial fire response, for fire response on one side of the building, and that this is not a choice that we have to make this cross section narrower. I mean, the argument is obvious that a narrower street is a safer street. It is most of the times the truth. And I'm also wondering, I mean, especially on slide number, what was that? Number 34, we are even using a device that I have not seen very often, a buffer in the middle of the street between two 11-foot wide lanes. So can you say a little bit about how the mandate or how the legal situation is that mandates this kind of a street cross-section?
I will just restate that it is a mandate, as you've stated, and within that mandate, we are looking to provide the appropriate form-based code building-to-building limits, and then propose street cross-sections. One thing that I think we said in the presentation, each of the street sections presented is not getting delivered with these actions today. They will get delivered with future use permit approvals, and with those approvals, DES and Arlington County Fire Department will strive to minimize the amount of space needed for aerial fire access, and when not needed, reapportion that space to the street trees and the sidewalk areas as appropriate within the RBLs.
Okay, so to understand it correctly, this is not a street that will be delivered now with this building, but in the future.
So 2 items. One is the code items with the street cross sections. Those are all future, but for the second item in your agenda, which does have proposed street sections which are being delivered. And what you'll see in the staff report is that the South Taylor Street is being delivered in 2 phases. One with this, part of it with this development here, and we have a 20-foot wide street, and then we are using the parking area to get the aerial fire access. But as we know, in Barcroft, parking is important, so ultimately we want to deliver that back to vehicles for parking. And so in a second phase, the street will be widened with the associated development to the east to meet the cross sections in the form-based code. If aerial access is needed on the full width, which it is not currently, then the 26 feet will be provided there. If not, we will keep it at 20 feet.
Okay. For my edification, the mandate comes from this appendix to the fire code, right? So this is where it is mandated for us. We agree to that?
I'll take that question.
Yes.
The statewide fire code has a mandate of a 20-foot street width. That's normally what it is. The fire official has broad authority to modify that street width when he feels that safety requires it. When a building is more than 30 feet high, that's when the aerial fire apparatus access requirement of 30 feet comes in. That requirement comes from Appendix D of the fire code. These appendices are not incorporated into the code itself. They're there to help implement the code. They are optional as far as whether a locality wishes to adopt them or not. We do adopt them. Many localities do not. But even if they're not adopted, that doesn't mean that anything goes. If the implementation guidance is not adopted, then you revert back to the default, which is that the fire official has to determine what is an appropriate regulation or measurement of safety, which would probably, in most cases, be very much informed by what is in the regulating and implementation documents anyway. As you've heard, the practice in Arlington is that the fire official works very closely with CPHD and DES and looks at these things on a very specific case-by-case basis to determine what is the appropriate requirement for achieving both fire safety and transportation safety. And finally, as far as the point about differing requirements between single-family house and multi-family housing, it's all regarding building type, which is defined by the fire code. It has nothing to do with a discretionary, implementation.
Thank you, Ms. Gore. Other questions? Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, thank you. Still with Ms. Corey on our legal authority. What authority does this board have to change or amend the fire code?
You do not have any authority to amend the fire code. What you have is a local ordinance that adopts certain provisions of the fire code and certain appendices from the fire code. You can certainly choose to not adopt certain appendices or adopt different ones, but the county board has no inherent authority to create its own fire code or guidelines or whatnot.
Okay. And we don't seem to have anyone from our fire marshal's office. So, yeah, I guess, do you know if anyone's on virtually or?
The fire chief is available if we want to call him. He will appear because he's listening. So he is available. He's not actually in the room right now, but he'll be here in a minute.
Okay. I guess my remaining question, which we may not have an answer to, and that may not be directly relevant to passing these amendments tonight, is just whether there are other best practices or guidelines that could create both fire safety and transportation safety that we could look to. I believe that everyone is doing very good work and working hard to work together, and I really do appreciate that. But I think, we have plenty of places grandfathered in that have very narrow streets in Arlington, and if the takeaway from this is that all of those streets are very unsafe from a fire department standpoint, then I think that's another big conversation we need to have. But I don't think that really is the takeaway, and so I hope we will continue to have discussions and seek the flexibility through the CPHD, DES, Fire Marshal Office conversations that are occurring.
If I could, I'm going to ask Mr. Gibson to perhaps go through some examples. I think he was talking a little bit about this. Each foot along the street, the building line, is there's a conversation between him and DES staff and CPHD and fire to work out foot by foot where there can be accommodations made, and there are limited places where 26 feet is required. I don't know if Mr. Gibson can walk through some examples there.
Olivia, can you pull up the 12th Street slide just as an example?
Can you turn your mic on?
Your mic is off.
Olivia, can you?
Oh, no better.
Better?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
not very high gain mics.
So the 12th Street slide, I think it's
30?
26?
26.
29. Here we go. So for instance, on 12th Street, some of the things, 12th Street is going to run between, this segment will run between South Taylor Street and South George Mason Drive. This is a typical section. We fully envision that it will not see this for that full length. For instance, at George Mason Drive, what we envision is that there's likely going to be an additional turn lane. And so the 4 feet plus the parking lane will present 3 travel lanes at the intersection. So that 4 feet is for likely from Thomas to about halfway down the street will be a painted median, not any different than you would see on Columbia Pike where there isn't a turn lane. You paint the median and there it is, except instead of a full 12 feet or 11 feet, it's just 4. Then that would widen out into a full travel lane. There are other things within this plan that I would say that Barcroft by no means will be a racetrack with these street segments proposed, even at 26 feet. We have relatively short block segments, and we'll have curb extensions and other features to narrow the crossings at the intersections. We'll implement the county's speed management tools as appropriate. And so there's layers of safety that we will apply to the design and operation of these streets. The street width is not the only function of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair DeFerrant and then Mr. Spain. Or Mrs. Spain first. What I saw you first. Mr.
Okay.
DeFerrant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if Mr. Weir or Mr. Gibson would know, the letter doesn't appear that this topic came up at the Transportation Commission, did it? And my apologies if it's in the staff report. The 11 hours took a little bit out of me on Saturday. So
It was not a formal motion of the Transportation Commission. I think they had talked about it just very briefly. They were not informed by the letter from the community, which did inform some of the Planning Commission discussion.
So Mr. Slatt provided a lot of detail, and it was helpful. I'm working on it, but we've heard from our attorney, and Ms. Burgess had a 3 asks approach, which also was helpful. And so I'm trying to work through the first ask, which is, I'm not in a position where, based on our attorney, replacing these streets, I'm just, the law is the law. And so what would be the process that you would go through to engage or to, after we're done here? You mentioned the streets and you would try to minimize, and we're not trying to take the place of the fire marshal or the fire chief. So can you talk a little bit about what would happen next to reach that, so that, at least there could be an explanation and mindful of what the planning, short public process is what they described. That's a little different from having a meeting or a conversation. What will happen next on the length of this 26 feet? And it's clear the conclusion you made, but will there be any collaboration, or what will happen next as you go forward on the streets?
And so I think, as you alluded, none of the advisory bodies recommended any specific changes to the street cross-sections or the general principles which were presented in the plan. They recognize that, as we do with all use permits and site plans, there's an extensive staff multidisciplinary review. Inside of each use permit and site plan drawings that you see, we include a fire access set of drawings that shows exactly where we're thinking that aerial fire access would be, and DES and the fire department work through almost a toolkit of approaches to ensure that aerial fire access isn't provided excessively, and that when it's provided, it can be as sympathetic and symbiotic with the other transportation elements going forward. So in each future final site plan, you would see the plan documents that demonstrate that consideration.
Got it. And that's reasonable, substantive. I got it. So it sounds like there really wouldn't be a next process on these streets because you've done the analysis. Is that fair to say? With respect to these, okay, got it. Yeah, got it. Okay. I guess, Mr. Slatt, did you go to since you might have once served on the Transportation Commission, did you go to the Transportation Commission meeting?
Snuck up on me. This is
You are allowed after a few years not to attend. And just out of curiosity, have you guys, my sense is from your comments that this has come up before. And so have you guys talked about, did you actually ever have a meeting and talk about this? Just out of I think that's from Mr. Gibson, just so I understand. Talk about these streets, or did it just come to the letter that came?
Did they talk with Mr. Slatt?
Yes. Did you talk with Mr. Slatt about this issue? Thank you very much, Ms. Goff.
We did not have a direct conversation outside of any of the other public processes. No.
Got it. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. So I don't know that I have an answer on that one of your questions, Ms. Burgess, but I was just trying to sort of understand and have context. And so who knows in the future if there could be such a meeting. And then I'll yield, but I do have, on the process, going forward in that question, it'd just be helpful for me to understand a little bit more about what Alexandria does. And I don't know if that question eventually is, and to look in detail, but I'll yield. That's just the start of a thought on the process going forward with respect to the third of Ms. Burgess's questions.
Mr. Spain.
Yeah, I learned something in this process with another project about aerial access. I didn't know much about aerial access until this project came up. But I just wanted to really hear more about, in this particular project, because there's some concerns coming out of the Planning Commission, which I think we've kind of talked a bit about here earlier, but we have our fire chief here now, and I know County Manager, you're here. Do we feel as though we've mitigated all things there pertaining to ensure there's this right balance between safety, fire safety, and street safety? Because we're hearing a lot of concerns, and then the Planning Commission, of course, has some concerns. So I'm just curious to make sure we have done all we could at this point to kind of mitigate any factors there. To Chief or the County Manager?
Chief? Well, Mr. Gibson, feel free to tandem here, but Chief, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. David Povitz, Fire Chief. We have looked at, in this particular site, but also...
Can you put us up a little closer?
We've looked at the safety considerations for this particular plan and also throughout the county. We continually reevaluate the fire code implications and the safety implications, and absolutely agree. Speeds on street can increase injury and can be a factor in patient outcome. But in this particular project, over the last 5 years, we have transported approximately 70 patients to the hospitals, but they weren't within the complex. They were along Columbia Pike, they were along South George Mason, and they were along 4 Mile. So we understand the traffic mitigation and everything that can be engineered to try to reduce injury and also contact with vehicles. We're transporting those patients. But in relation to the fire code, as this project will be increasing density and will also be increasing building height significantly, we do need aerial access. And that aerial access by code is required 26 feet wide clear, 30 feet within the building over a 30-foot structure. If we're talking about 4-story to 8-story structures, we have got to have that access. But the code requires that access on one side of the building. Mm-hmm. So we have worked with CPHD and also DES to bring that into many fashions. Sometimes it is just by that street width requirement. Sometimes it's in taking other options on the property, using other designs to just bring our apparatus closer without interfering with any type of the street design. So it doesn't have to be along the whole entire width. It just has to be at some point so we can access that particular structure. And we have multiple projects we've worked with and partnered with DES where we found some of those solutions that didn't require extensive street width modifications.
Thank you for your continued partnership and your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Gunn.
All right, just to clarify on the building code question, the 30 feet as it's written today is really only for the commercial building code. Is that right? So that it does not apply in our 5 through 20 districts unless it's a triplex or larger, if that were to be allowed.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct. If there was an occupancy change that would require, I guess, multifamily to a point, then it would trigger that fire code. Okay. Aerial access, yes.
So, and that's in the state code and appendix right now, though it does, I hear you, that it does seem a little different than having 30 feet in the commercial.
Correct.
I'll yield.
Yeah. Colleagues, any other questions? Vice Chair DeFerranti, I see you're late.
We don't have good answers. I should not stand in the shoes of the fire marshal, nor should I just say, there's another, I'm trying, at Barcroft, there's some speed humps that the fire marshal gave me a view on, and I also shouldn't be substituting my judgment, but I also want the 30 neighbors who got together, I want them to not blow up my inbox by saying there's been accidents near there. So, I'm not in a position, I don't think we should substitute our judgment, nor would the law probably allow us to substitute our judgment for that of the fire marshal on making waivers and exceptions, but there could be policy issues. I'm not in a place to say that we should commit to the planning commission's, I'm not in a space to say we should do what the Planning Commission has suggested, but it does seem to me that I haven't had quite enough time with Mr. Slatton a little bit, and I would just ask if I could have, and any colleague can join me, I just ask if I can have a meeting where I look at the Alexandria Code, and I've just double-checked that our code, the way we adopt it, doesn't provide us discretion. Have a meeting with you guys, and we can do 2x2s. One other person can join me for this glory. And then separately, we'll have a conversation with Mr. Slatt, Ms. Burgess, you can come. Because we should not be in the implementation. It's just like a plat. I should not substitute my judgment for an engineer. nor for Mr. Gibson, but I do want to know if there are any policy issues, not because, and our attorney should, maybe I shouldn't do it because the law, but I just like to see it myself. 2 meetings, anybody can join me. I'm sorry I don't have an answer on that. And one of those conversations, of course, Mr. Gibson, your expertise would be super helpful. That's what I suggest. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer, but that's where I am.
Mr. Referent, I take that as a concluding remark.
Oh, yes.
So maybe it would be...
Can I just add one thing? So I probably going to speak for the chief here. We're happy to have that conversation. And I think that if you've spent any time with Chief Cobb or Chief Bovlitz or our staff, we'll make the accommodations that we can given all those circumstances. But I would just repeat, the final decision is going to have to rest with the fire marshal under, the form that we have. But he will work, and I know Chief Bovlitz is always willing to meet. We had a fun time like 3 or 4 years ago at Bus Boys and Poets with Chris Slatt having one of these conversations. We're happy to have more conversations, either, sort of workshop it and sit down and have those kind of conversations.
I really appreciate you saying that because I should not be misleading that I'm going to get into that. But at the same time, I just hadn't known about Alexandria. I'd heard a little bit about Fairfax. And so that's why I want to have 2 meetings, and then I'll get back in my box. But I'm not saying that I won't have some questions. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, I would just ask for a motion so that we can have concluding remarks on the motion. And as we always do, we leave the longest motion for Mr. Spain.
Of course you do.
In full disclosure, I did everything I could to abbreviate the motion.
Yeah, right.
But our county attorney told me that this was not a good idea.
Yeah, let me make this motion. So I move that the county board, A, adopt the resolution, attachment 1 of the staff report, to amend the general land use plan GLUP map and booklet as shown in attachments 2 and 3 of the staff report, and propose amendments to the master transportation plan, NTP map, attachment 4 of the staff report. In addition, adopt the ordinance, attachment 5 of the staff report, to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, AZCO Appendix A, Columbia Pike Commercial Form-Based Code, FBC, and Appendix B, Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, NFBC, as shown in attachments 6 and 7 of the staff report, to implement the Barcroft Master Financing and Development Plan, MFDP, and associated policy updates adopted to the county board in July 2024. B, approve the subject use permit in accordance with the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, Article 11, Tag 2 of the Zoning Ordinance, Appendix B, for the development of a 6-story multifamily building with 110 units on the Barcroft Apartments property, with modifications pursuant to the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code for the height of first floor relative to the fronting sidewalk elevation, landscape standards, and for requirements associated with the underlying zoning district for the existing buildings to remain, subject to the conditions of the staff report. And C, reallocate $3,280,754 of the original $150 million Barcroft County Acquisition Land Fund loan for use by Gerald Lynch Real Estate Partners or its county-approved affiliate to help finance the redevelopment and new construction of a 110-unit committed affordable building located at 4230 Columbia Pike. The proposed $3,280,754 Affordable Housing Investment Fund, AHIF, reallocation is subject to a low-income housing tax credit, LITIC, award from Virginia Housing, VH, to Gerald Lynch Real Estate Partners, JLREP, or its affiliate owner entity, and the county's approval of the final loan terms and conditions as will be set forth in the AHIF loan documents, period.
Second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded by Ms. Coffey. Any concluding remarks, Mr. Spain, if you want to talk to your motion?
Now, I think, again, this train left the station a while back, and what really I like to see in this project and where we're headed, even though there are some significant, perhaps, public safety concerns that we can address, is the fact that we're getting more affordable housing and units built out all around. So I'm very pleased at where we're at and where we're headed. There's always room for improvement. We know that, but thank you to the CPHC staff, DES, and the fire team for what you've been doing up to this point, and to all the community that has leaned in and voiced their opinions and thoughts, to include our commissions. They don't have to be out doing this work, but they do it because they love it and they really want to see Arlington thrive. So thank each and every one for their time, attention in this matter.
Thank you, Mrs. Spain. Ms. Cunningham?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think that we have had a couple of great conversations this week. The earlier part of Saturday when we were talking about climate resolution, and then earlier today talking about the climate work plan and the climate office work plan. And I think that the focus of those conversations have really been about cooperation and interdisciplinary work, and that is what Arlington does best when we do it well. So I am encouraged by the great work that continues to go on each of these projects between our DES team, our commissions, our housing team, and our planning team. And I want to make sure that we as a board are reinforcing how important that integration is and how much we want you to continue to push us so that when we're making these decisions, particularly about new roads and new infrastructure, that we are prioritizing safety and sustainability. And by sustainability, we mean the stormwater elements and the heat burden and the tree canopy. So I know we have had continuing conversations with our fire folks about balancing which trucks and which models and how that fits into a built environment that we inherited but are improving. But I think it's really great that we were able to have this conversation today, and we will continue to have many of these conversations going forward and put the creativity caps on so that we can have less heat, more comfort, and excellent emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Ferrandi, I see your
It is on it, and just the thank you note that Mr. Spain mentioned resonates, and I really appreciate the interdepartmental point that Ms. Cunningham mentioned. It's a Tuesday in February, and so just remember, Barcroft may be the best thing we ever do as public service. And, you know, you're doing it. We're just along, you know, not messing it up for the most part, to sort of borrow Miss Garvey's from last year. And just Jair Lynch, to your team, to the way that Mr. Slatt, you recognize that in addition to all your points. Barcroft's a big deal. Just a big thank you to you guys who are doing much more of the work, because that's 1,335 people who were not inevitably, households who are not inevitably going to have opportunity, and they will have it because of what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey, any final remarks?
I don't want to take up too much of our time. We've all been here a while this week, but I think Barcroft is such an exemplar of projects for our community, and I'm just so proud that we continue to move forward on it.
Thank you. A few things from my point of view. First of all, yes, I mean, this is amazing work, and thank you so much for bringing that forward. I'm very excited to be approving the first new build in this new neighborhood. And this may give you a little bit of a background why we care so much about the width of the street and whether the street is safe and for whom it is safe. It is, I live very close in the neighborhood and I walk through Barcroft very often. So I know what is missing. What is missing is a safe space for kids to play. This is not just a, you know, it has been degraded over time in a bedroom community that uses public space just as parking or useful space, but not useful space for those who need it. And if you look, the moment that we give this public space back to their neighbors, to the kids, you see these clusters of bicycles and clusters of kids playing, etc. So think about, I'm trying to see that from a point of view of a mother, of a family, of a group of families who will be having a barbecue in a courtyard, and the kids will be running around and crossing Taylor Street. And we want them to do that safely. So when I say safely, I mean they have to feel safely. That is more than just being nominally or engineered to be safely. A lot more. You have to feel comfortable. It's the instinct of a mother not to having to run to grab her kid for not crossing 12th Street. And I think in the interior context of Barcroft, we have an immense opportunity to achieve that, so that we have something to show to the rest of the county, actually. We can have a very long conversation about what our legal constraints are. And, I know that buildings burn, and when they burn, they are horribly, combustible, and they can cost lives, etc. But for example, if I have to put a 4-foot buffer in the middle of the street, what other options do I have to make the street slower? So, for example, I could put a different texture of a pavement there. I could put heavy cobblestones there. I could have put at the beginning of the street and the end of the street. I could put something like cobblestones, like they have it in Alexandria and Old Town, for example, where even if you want it, you don't want to run over it. It's no problem for a fire truck, though. Absolutely not. So we have a double brief here. Number one, to check out, like Mr. Teferranti said, to check out the real legal constraints here and to make sure that we understand them well and we begin to work with them. Number two is also to understand the real fire hazards there. And number two is to be more creative in how we design streets and how we make them, because we do them for a reason, and the reason is to create absolutely livable and lovable communities and neighborhoods. And Barcroft has so much potential for that. So I'm going to support the motion, of course, no question about that. And with that, we can take a vote. All in favor of the motion of Mr. Spain and seconded by Ms. Coffey, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or none, and no abstentions. It passes unanimously. Congratulations, and thank you very, very much for coming today, everybody here. So, and with that, Mr. Clerk, we'll move to our next item. We'll wait a little bit until...
Chief.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Until everybody's seated, I can have a glass of water.
It's not.
Are we taking it? I'm ready. Ready for this? Mr. Clerk, would you call the next item for our chair? I'm just giving you business.
So colleagues, we can. I know. They are. So the item before the board is item 23. This is fiscal year 2026, proposed operating budget requests to advertise. Mr. Kushner, I believe I just called this item, and I will invite the manager for any brief remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to take the opportunity at this very early hour in the evening to do a very short presentation summarizing what we've gone through and what you're actually going to be looking at tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'll run through a few summary slides quickly now. So on Saturday, the county manager proposed his FY26 budget, and for fiscal year 2026, the county's general fund budget totals $1.69 billion. This is a 2.1% increase from the current year's budget. The budget includes county operations of $1.04 billion and a school transfer of $647.4 million, which is a 3% increase in ongoing funding to schools. And similar to last year, as I mentioned on Saturday, there's an unallocated portion of one-time funds for the board's consideration as we move through the process. So the tax rate assumed in the proposed budget remained unchanged from calendar year 24. However, the board may want to consider advertising a different rate. At the current rate, our average homeowner, this would equate to an increase in their real estate taxes of 3.7%, which is based on the appreciation in property value for the average single-family detached, attached, and condo property, including other taxes and fees paid by residents. The total tax and fee increase is estimated at $356. And aside from real estate tax revenue, almost all our other taxes showed continued improvement over the current fiscal year. The proposed budget also includes a proposal to increase the meals tax, a tax which has not been adjusted since its adoption in 1991. So in summary for schools, school shares in all local tax revenues we receive. As I mentioned, it's a 3.6% increase in ongoing funds over the current fiscal year, and schools is our single largest expense in the general fund. This slide highlights the various tax and fees which are included in the proposed budget that will need to be advertised prior to the public hearing later in March. So it includes a real estate tax rate, meals tax rate, no change to personal property and business professional occupational license tax rates, bid tax rates flat at the calendar year 2024 level, and then a number of fees, as you can see on the slide, anywhere from the DES fees, the household solid waste, a number of fees in the fire department, utility fee increase of 4.1% for water and sewer, and a number of fees in parks, libraries, clerk of the court, and development services. So again, this is a peer comparison of tax rates and when budgets will be proposed. And as I mentioned on Saturday, we'll update this as we move through the budget process. Next slide shows meals tax and how the rates compare to our peers in the area, with the proposed rate for Arlington going from 4% to 5%. And then the impact on the average homeowner, that's a combination of taxes and fees, which I mentioned on an earlier slide. And then we have two slides with the budget calendar. These are our various for our work sessions and public hearing, along with budget adoption on May 9th. And the next slide giving the community detail on when we will hold the individual work sessions with the board with the various county departments. And with that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Yes. Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have any advisory groups presenting?
No advisory groups presenting today, no.
Not tonight. Public speakers?
We do. Give me just a moment. Our first public speaker speaking for 2 minutes is William DeCurno, followed by our 3-minute speakers, beginning with Benjamin Sullivan.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Will DeCurno, and I signed up to speak tonight about one element of the proposed budget, which is a plan for Arlington Public Schools to move special education students who are currently attending the Integration Station program to their so-called home schools for the 2025-2026 school year. I moved back to Arlington this summer after 5 years overseas, and Integration Station has been the absolute highlight of our experience with Arlington Public Schools thus far. The program helped identify a speech delay in my youngest daughter while she was floundering in a private pre-K program, and they helped flag critical early signs of autism spectrum disorder, and placed her in an integrated classroom that includes a full range of students with traditional and special learning needs. The screening process took over 4 months, and during that time, she made no progress on either her speech or her social interactions in her private program. Less than 2 months since she has started at Integration Station, we have seen a complete transformation, and my daughter is now socially outgoing, excited to go to school. She has friends for the first time, and she talks about them and her teachers when she comes home every evening, and can already spell her name, and has 2 of her IEP goals already mastered. Just last week, as a part of this budget process, we received notice that APS is considering ending this program to help address next year's anticipated budget gap. This would be disastrous for my daughter, as well as the dozens of other families who are attending Integration Station in these critical early intervention years before kindergarten. Consistency is the most important thing for these kids, and if the current proposal is approved, my daughter will have attended 3 different programs over the past 12 months, threatening to wipe out the progress that she's made before she goes into kindergarten. This is a program that works, and it is an example of the kind of thing Arlington should be doing more of, not less. And I'd like to see the county to work with APS to close this budget gap without eliminating the key services that have proven their effectiveness over the years they've been in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerner.
Our next speaker for 3 minutes is Benjamin Sullivan, followed by Amanda Villapando.
Good evening, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. All right. Take care of yourselves and each other. These were the words of CPHD Director Samia Bird last week when she emailed the department that 4 members of CHPD were going to be laid off. I am one of those members. I understand the county is in rough straits, that eliminating these 4 filled positions would be an annual savings of just over $550,000, a decision I'm sure that the county director and Ms. Bird did not make lightly. We are in a time of chaos and uncertainty, and this decision only adds to that. I've been working for Arlington County for over 2 years and recently became a resident 6 months ago when I managed to find an affordable place thanks to having numerous roommates. This was the first time since the Great Recession that I have had stability in my life. I was able to start saving. I was able to regularly attend the board game club meetings at Spider Kelly's each Wednesday. If you have time, feel free to come. It's a lot of fun. I became a member of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association. And tonight was supposed to be my first night volunteering as an after-school tutor with the Affordable Homes and Communities group at their Woodburr Park location, which is about a mere 2 blocks away. Well, I'm sure you are all pleasant people, but I wish I was there instead of here having to protect my job and the stability that I found. I know the county has to balance its numbers, that Mr. Schwartz and yourselves have difficult decisions ahead of you. If you truly believe that this is a one-time event, that then eliminating these positions might be right by the county. But if you suspect that next year will be rough and the year after that, how many more positions are going to be cut? I know that the cultural affairs team has had a continuous reduction in staff over the last few years, which has affected their services. Will there be similar guarantees that this won't happen to the CPHD or other departments? How will staff feel a year from now when they realize that they are the expendable ones and that they're on the chopping block? How will this impact county services? The budget shortfalls are not the fault of any of the staff who are being laid off. And so we should not be asking them to bear the burdens by themselves. When a supportive community has had a bad harvest, they do not exile people so the remaining members can all go to bed each night with a full stomach. They tighten their belts and help each other until times are good again. My proposal to the layoffs is a reduction in salary and benefits based on a percentage. This keeps the people in their positions, keeps our current level of service, and ensures those who receive the least have to sacrifice the least. If we are truly a supportive community, then we must take care of ourselves and each other. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sullivan.
Our next speaker is Amanda Villapando, followed by Freddie Lutz.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Amanda Villapando, and I have been an Arlington resident since 2012. I'm a mother to 3 children. My second child, Leo, who is a pre-K 3 student at Integration Station, was diagnosed with special needs at the age of 2 as globally delayed. I'm familiar with this because I was diagnosed as a globally delayed toddler, and my parents in Fairfax County gave me every resource possible. I graduated from college. I had a successful career, and I live a productive and fruitful life. My family and I and our community are devastated to learn that in the proposed budget, his school integration station will be cut. And this will devastatingly affect my son and 50+ other special needs students and families in Arlington County. Leo has a unique experience because he started the school year not at integration station, but at a traditional elementary school preschool program, where due to overcrowding in the classroom, lack of special ed resources, and other challenges in the school, despite having an IEP, he regressed significantly. We were able to transfer him to Integration Station in December, and it has been life-changing in the best way for my son. Thanks to Integration Station, he has overcome his regressions, and he has mastered several of his IEP goals. Some of his successes since starting integration include now being able to independently dress and undress himself. He can write his own name. He can speak full sentences and compound sentences, whereas before he could only say a few words at a time. And he can set the table by himself, which if any of you are parents, you know that is a big achievement. As a special needs parent, it has been dismaying to hear from the response from county employees regarding this change and those who are leading the charge. I've met with several county employees personally, and I asked them if they have even seen the budget and gone over it with Sarah Shaw, who is the administrator. Nobody can tell me that they have gone over it. So I take their answer as a no. And it is disappointing to hear that this is what is happening in our county. I find it incredibly negligent that the county can move forward to cutting a special needs program without even having done due diligence. And quite frankly, if they did, I think that they would realize that they would save not even $1 million as the budget says, but it would save less than about half of that. To lose Integration Station would be a huge loss for Arlington County, and there would be more than 50+ special needs students from the age ranges of 1 to pre-K 4 who would be displaced. Leo would be sent back to his old school, he will regress again, and he will not reach his potential in his education or his life. I ask 3 things. Please reach out to Sarah Shaw and review the budget with her and save Integration Station. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Freddie Lutz. Mr. Lutz, if you're joining us online, you may need to unmute.
Mr. Lutz?
I do not see Mr. Lutz in the meeting. I'd be happy to have our staff reach out.
Yeah, if we can catch him a little bit later, maybe in between motions, I would be accommodating a request for him to speak. So for now and until we hear from Mr. Lutz, the discussion is now with the board. I don't believe there's another testimony at this point. There is a long list of motions. Just to clarify what we do tonight is we will advertise the tax rate for next year and a series of other fees and serious fees that we levy. And this advertisement is the upper limit, the ceiling of what we will be considering during the budget sessions that are upcoming. And we will try to balance the budget because this is what we are here to do within this frame. The first item, as always, is the motion is the real estate tax rate for the coming fiscal year and calendar year. Mr. DeFranti, I think you have a motion ready.
Sure, I'll make the motion and then we'll see if I have the opportunity just to speak to it afterwards.
Yes.
And I move that the county board advertise a public hearing on March 27th, 2025 to consider a calendar year 2025 real estate tax rate of $1.043, $1.04 I guess, per $100 of assessed value using the attached advertisement, attachment 5 of the board report dated February 14th, 2025. Madam Attorney, and just for the record, I will strike the words "I guess." That's exactly the motion that I want to make. I will also move that we advertise a public hearing on March 27th, 2025 to consider the calendar year 2025 commercial real estate tax for transportation initiatives at the current rate of $0.125 per $100 of assessed value using the attached advertisement, attachment 5 of the board report dated February 14th, 2025.
And I will second the motion. The motion is the tax rate is moved and seconded. The advertisement of the same. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to just speak to my motion, and then I will, with your understanding, Mr. Chair. So I'll just go ahead and share a little bit briefly with respect to our first and third speaker, and I'm sure the chair will speak later. With respect to integration station, Mr. DiCurno and also Ms. Filippando, I believe it is. We set the overall budget, but we don't make the decisions on the school's budget. And Mr. DiCurno said that at the end of his comments. We do provide a transfer to the schools, but by state law, and we cannot tell them what to do on a program. So they, and you may or may not know this, it's really important that you go to school board meetings because we don't have authority over that. We can set the overall dollar amount, and a couple of us I taught 20 plus, 30 plus, 25 years ago, and so I mean, the progress that both of your young children are making it definitely pulls it at me, but it's not our decision to make, except to provide the resources. So I just thought I'd go ahead and say that, and then Mr. Sullivan, I think we all listened, and we're not directly. We provide the overall amount of the budget. And so I think now I'll speak directly to the motion and so you can stay, Ms. Villapando, and of course, Mr. Sullivan, and you can still listen, but we may not change, we may not be able to speak directly in ways that will necessarily address integration station, because that's just not our budget. We will talk to the overall piece. So what I have done in the motion is to advertise a 1 cent increase in the real estate tax rate. And I think it's really important to reiterate that this is advertisement, not our final decision, because under the law, we can, if we don't advertise higher than what we may end up adopting, we cannot adopt later. So the reason that I have made that motion is because of the federal, new administration's various steps and the uncertainty with respect to our community. We have, I think there are estimates that we have over 23,000 federal employees in Arlington. We don't know all of the impacts that will happen and to them and with the administration's actions. And giving full credit to Ms. Coffey, who really first raised this. I had not been following. The federal government is funded through, I think, March 14th or 15th, through what's called a continuing resolution. And I have, I think it is anyone who tells you whether they know that the continuing resolution will lead to a fully funded budget is just, it's a lot of conjecture. We don't know for sure what will happen. And so that uncertainty is what leads me to feel that the responsible thing to do in case there are additional serious economic challenges in the short term is to advertise that 1 cent, just to be careful of those federal risks. And I really also ought to, frankly, credit Ms. Cunningham, because as I said Saturday, I didn't see it as quickly as you did, because perhaps I didn't want to. We have heard stories of federal employees who have not gotten mortgages approved because, and that's through others, and I don't think that's happening on a widespread basis. But I also talked to someone who I asked to come to an event, and he said, "I've got a young child. I can't come because I have to save every penny." And so those risks, we have $88 million in federal funding that we receive in our community. And I read the sections, pages 17 to 21 of our staff report, outline of what you sort of pointed me to, both of you, and the DMF team. And I believe the risks there are sufficient. I know we're in a great position fiscally. Arlington, we've had 25 years straight of AAA bond rating. We are a very fiscally sound community, and we will get through this. But part of getting through this means being responsible with respect to the relative uncertainty that we face on the fiscal side. And so I think that covers, I did want to just point to slide 6, if you can pull that up. And I don't, if that's possible, but.
This slide 5?
Slide.
Is 6 or last time?
I think it was.
This one. Here.
Yes, today's slide 6. I mean, we still have a rate that is lower, and there are different ways of talking about the full tax burden. That's not just the real estate tax rate, through assessments and other items. But if you look at this, our rate is still lower than many, though not all. And, I just feel as though the responsible thing is to advertise that, because I couldn't tell you that, I don't think that we will lose that 88 million in total. And there are a couple of different programs, housing choice vouchers in our schools, but there are also human services and Medicaid provisions that just seem to me that the most vulnerable, even though we're setting aside 33 million in our economic stabilization fund, the responsible thing to do is to advertise this. So I hope that is not too much to say. I just wanted to try to explain the motion.
Mr. Spain?
I just want to talk a little bit to the individuals who came up and spoke, Mr. Kerno, Mr. Sullivan, and Amanda. I have I guess a tenderoni spot in my heart, especially when it comes to children and youth. And what my colleague Matt stated about working with the school board is definitely where you need to go, right? When it comes to the issue that's going on with that particular school. But I submit to you that, to the extent I can, we don't control what the school does so much with their programming. I will have those conversations with some of the colleagues because I too read the press, right? I know what's going on in our community and how this program is affecting you because I have neighbors who have children who go to some of these schools, right? So, to Bill, I think what we're going to do here is really look closely, right, to everything we're doing here at the county as it relates to the budget. And, I think decisions are going to be made. It's still early on, but we're going to do everything we can to, keep folks to the extent we can. And I think leaders are making those decisions and having conversations with the individuals, and I trust that they're doing the right thing. When it comes to the advertisement of the tax rate, I have some reservations about going even to a penny because, I heard in the conversation about we all need to buckle up our bootstraps a little bit, right, in this environment. And our county manager has put forward, a proposal whereby we can work from. But I too understand, and I don't want to be or appear irresponsible. There is a lot of uncertainty, but I think there's also some efficiencies that we need to really look at internally to our government and evaluate those first. We're not going to be able to control how much money we get from the federal government. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen next year or the year after. I've always heard this thing, you plan for war in the time of peace, but there's so much unpredictability. But families right now are hurting, and even any level of increase is gonna hurt so many folks. I made a promise to a lot of folks last year that I would not look to raise taxes as the first choice. Even with there being this level of unpredictability, I think there's ways for us to really, sharpen our pens and look at internal to see what we can do to meet what the county manager has proposed. I understand the buffer, right? I don't even think with the buffer, that's going to answer all the concerns that may happen here in Arlington. But also, if we pull back up the slide with the tax rates, if we just had up a second ago, just as a comparison, and I know Arlington is unique and we're not Loudoun and we're not Prince William. They're still going to be lower than us, right? And I think to stand neutral in a time where so many folks are suffering financially is perhaps the best approach. So I hope even with an advertisement to a penny, we end up at zero at the end of the day. But at first, I want to do the hard work, what it's going to take to really streamline and look at the county manager's budget proposal and work from there. So I'm not inclined right now to support that. I have a lot of friends who are feds. I'm a former fed. My spouse is a fed. I get what's going on. I understand it. The programs in Arlington, many are ones that people lean on to sustain themselves. But I think we also have to do some self-reflection in county government and how we spend our money and our fiduciary responsibility and see, are there programs out there that we can probably streamline even more? And that's something I'm willing to do in this year alone, because it is hard times for a lot of folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey or Ms. Cunningham? Ms. Coffey.
One of the joys of an anxiety disorder is being able to vividly think about all the things that can go wrong in the world. And I think this period of time is a particularly joyful time for me, thinking about all of the many, many things that can and might go wrong. And I don't want to spend too much time restating Mr. DeFranti's remarks. I think I would broadly align myself there. I think it is a challenge to me that, we advertise at this point in the process and constrain what we can do down the line in the process. I think it's a good thing. We don't want to surprise anyone or pull things out of the hat at the last second. But I do think that, we're in a information gathering phase, and we're in a phase of chaos that was unplanned, and we're learning new information every day. And so to me, just giving ourselves the breathing room that should something go horribly, horribly wrong, we are not, up the creek without a paddle. And I think we are cutting substantively. We heard from one person who could potentially be impacted by that. I think that, needs to be understood. I think it is a really serious thing. A question for Mr. Manager. Anyone whose position is proposed to be eliminated would have the opportunity, we would help with placing elsewhere in the organization.
Right, and I think, I'm glad that he took the opportunity, as was Mr. Sullivan. Yeah.
Mrs. Sullivan.
Yeah, thanks. Who I think is a zoning inspector. We'll spend a lot of time talking about the development fund and the pressure it is under. And I think I said at least in briefings to you all, that of all the cuts I made, that was the hardest for me to get my head wrapped around, because it provides a really vital service. That fund is about $13 million in the red. And we really needed to take some actions that I would prefer not to take. But you are correct. We will, and Mr. Sullivan will know this better than I can, which is that we're going to go out of our way to try to offer alternative employment placement. It's not a guarantee. And we also will offer severance, but it's always the hardest thing for me to do, to propose that. But the question is, now with the board, you could decide to take a different approach on that. So there's no final decision on that.
Yeah, thank you. Which I think brings me to my next ask of DMF. Could you pull up the slide that shows things that are not recommended to be cut, but are on that next tranche of, let's see. There we go. I think with the financial uncertainty, the fiscal uncertainty in our area, with the federal budget potentially passing a resolution this evening that could shape how things play out for the next fiscal year, and recognizing, if we did everything that was in the proposed budget and we still needed to close a gap, what comes next? Those are some pretty tough choices that I, would rather us not get to. There are already tough choices that are being included in what's proposed. And so I think, I just want to be very conscious of what happens next in the worst case scenario. And I think, to me, the recognition that, this advertising an additional 1 cent is not about using an additional 1 cent. It is about having an insurance policy for the worst case scenario. And that, to me, folks who would like us to add or save or change what is in the proposed budget really need to come to us with proposals of what they would like to see eliminated to save that, because the math needs to work out at the end of the day. To me, this 1 cent is reserved for forces outside of the county's control, and not just, making the budget balance without having to make the hard choices. I think we're going to make hard choices this year. I personally would not like to make these hard choices that are on the screen currently. So I am supportive of giving ourselves a little bit of breathing room, and hopefully we do not use it at the end of the day.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham?
Yeah, I would associate myself with the remarks that have been made so far. I think I came into this year thinking we would advertise zero change, and 40 days roughly it's been since the change in administration. The degree of uncertainty and disruption is higher than I think any of us hoped. And while we have to set the rate within another 40 days or so, and I don't think we'll be done with the disruption by then, I do think it is prudent to have a bit of cushion in the event that all the schools' federal funding we know goes away within that time, or all of our housing grants, were we to know that those go away. I don't think we'll know enough 40 days from now to really be certain of that. And so I am really, really grateful that last year we made the hard step of bolstering our reserves, and that at the end of the closeout, we also rolled some things forward, and that in the proposed budget, there's a further bolster of reserves. I think that is the best way to manage what is likely to be a big shock somewhere, but we don't know which shock it will be. So I do support the 1 cent advertisement. I fully expect us to get to a balanced budget or perhaps a reduced rate through our conversations these next several weeks. And I would just reiterate, as I think Mr. DeFerrante mentioned, we are a very, very strong county. This is a very challenging time for our country and for many of our neighbors, but I know we will come through it stronger and resilient, and with sharpened pencils to make sure that every dollar that we put into our county really generates the outcomes and the values that we expect as a county. So thank you to the budget team for all their work. I'm looking forward to digging into the public engagement. I think we said we had 2,400 comments or commenters there. And we have a lot of work sessions and digging deep to do these next couple of weeks. So invite each of our public commenters and others to come back both here and with schools as we grapple with trying to find the right way through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I have to add two things. First of all, thank you for coming to testify today. It's very important. It is indeed so that for those of our parents of special ed kids, we absolutely understand how acute a reduction or a change in budget priorities is. It is, of course, the school board's purview and province to do that. But we are working very, very close with our school board colleagues to figure out the most sustainable ways to work around budget narrows. Like we do this year, we did last year, this year, and we'll continue doing so. So don't feel that you are in the wrong place here. You are in the right place. It's just not the most technically appropriate place. So. But we will keep in touch, I'm sure. To Mr. Sullivan, I have to say, it is never an easy discussion to discuss about our own workforce, and we have a very high sense of responsibility when we talk about reductions in force. There is no question about that. I'm very conscious that the county manager has proposed a budget that includes, if I'm correct, Mr. Manager, about 40 positions, 44 positions.
44 positions,
out of
and
which
about
like 20.
18, oh, it was 18, 20 that are filled.
20 filled FTEs.
Right.
So I said that already on Saturday when we had when we received the presentation, the first presentation of the budget. this continues to be, for me at least, a very burning question, right? So there is no question that in everything we do and everything we try to manage in the budget so that we find reductions and efficiencies, and we're very focused on that, it is very clear that layoffs, to put it bluntly, is the last resort. So it's never an easy or the first or somehow an easy consequence. And I believe that's not only the board's priority, but also the county manager's priority. I've seen that many times, and I see that in very practical terms when we discuss the different departments and how they manage their workforce. That said, also, the second thing I want to say is there is a lot of risk embedded in these times that we are. My colleagues have spoken to that. The federal government is a huge risk, and it's not only the monies or the 88 million or the money for our school system that may not materialize, may not come. And we may miss them. It's also the volatility, the economic volatility, the rug that the federal government has pulled under the feet of this region that now has cascading effects. There are, entire businesses, federal contractors who are feeling right now the deterioration of their business base. And this may translate later in a deterioration of the income side of our budget. So think, for example, Mr. DeFerranti just mentioned that people who who are canceling services with a lot, the childcare services, for example, who are not going to be dining outside so much, who are not going to stay in hotels so much, etc. This is basically a scenario for a potential localized, hopefully not globalized recession. And this, to me, is an additional alarm sign that warrants some caution when we're adding a very, very small and modest cushion at the advertisement, with the advertisement of a 1 cent of tax rate increase. Still, our first reaction to risk is to be as frugal and as focused on sustainable and digestible reductions as possible so that we get out of that not only a balanced budget, but a resilient budget, a budget that is compliant with what we want, to have a resilient community that can really stand on their feet and still provide the essential services that it provides and still supports the weakest. So with that, I already said, I already seconded the motion, and we can take a...
Just a real quick
yes,
question. This is probably for the budget team here. What is, just briefly for those that may be watching, what does a penny, what does that yield in revenue roughly?
It generates an additional $9.3 million if shared between county and schools with the principles of revenue sharing. The county would retain $4.9 million and the schools would get $4.3 million.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. If there is no further discussion, I will call the vote on the motion of Vice Chair DeFerranti, which has been seconded by me, on the tax rate. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed or abstaining? The motion carries unanimously.
No.
Opposed.
Opposed.
Oh, opposed,
Yep.
Mr. Spain, I apologize. So the motion carries 4-1 with Mr. Spain opposing. So on to the next one. This is Ms. Cunningham, if you want to make a motion on the next item.
Okay. I will move parts B through E in one motion. I move that the county board advertise a public hearing on March 27th, 2025, to consider a calendar year 2025 general personal property tax rate of $5 per $100 of assessed value and a personal property tax rate of $1.043 per $100 of assessed value, which is equal to the real estate tax rate for public service corporations using the attached resolution, attachment 1 of the board report dated February 4, 2025. C, I further move that the county board advertise a public hearing on March 27th, 2025, to consider a proposed calendar year 2025 tax rate for the Ballston Business Improvement Service District, Ballston bid, not to exceed 45 cents per $100 using the attached resolution, attachment 1. D, I further move that the county board advertise a public hearing on March 27th, 2025, to consider a proposed calendar year 2025 tax rate for the National Landing Business Improvement Service District of 43 cents per, of 4.3 cents per $100 of assessed value. That is in addition to the current real estate rate, using the attached resolution, attachment 1. I further move that the county board advertise a public hearing on March 27th, 2025, to consider a proposed calendar year 2025 tax rate for the Roslyn Business Improvement Service District, Roslyn bid of $0.078 per $100 of assessed value. That is in addition to the current real estate rate, using the attached resolution, attachment 1.
The motion is made by Ms. Cunningham and seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Is there any discussion on the motions? I don't see any. We can take a vote on this motion, a bunch of motions actually. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. This now carries unanimously. On to the next one.
I think that's
the stormwater utility. That's number
F through J.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A, to authorize advertisement of a public hearing at the March 27, 2025 county board meeting to consider adoption of an ordinance effective January 1st, 2025 to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 26, Utilities, Article 3, Stormwater Utility, Section 26, TAC 120, Stormwater Utility Fee of the Arlington County Code to maintain the current stormwater utility rate of $258 per equivalent residential unit. G, I further move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A, to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing at the March 27, 2025 county board meeting to consider an adoption of an ordinance effective July 1st, 2025 to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 26 Utilities, Article 1 General Provisions, Section 26 TAC 9 Water Sewer Rates and Fees, 26 TAC 11 Infrastructure Availability Fees, and 26 TAC 12 Service Connection Charges of the Arlington County Code to A, increase water and sewer rates, new account fees, the infrastructure availability fee, water connection fees, and meter installation fees, and B, establish automation enhancement surcharges. H, I further move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A, to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing at March 27th, 2025, county board meeting to consider adoption of an ordinance effective July 1st, 2025 to amend, reenact, and recodify Arlington County Code, Chapter 10, Trash, Recycling, and Organics, Article 1, Refuse, Section 10, TAC 8, Trash, Recycled Materials, and Yard Trimmings, Collection and Disposal Charges, relief from such charges, to maintain the annual household solid waste rate of $415.75. I further move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A, to authorize advertisement of a public hearing at the March 27th, 2025 county board meeting to consider adoption of an ordinance with an effective date of July 1st, 2025 to amend, reenact, and adopt the fees depicted on the Department of Environmental Services Consolidated Development related fee schedule related to and listed under the sections titled Transportation Right-of-Way Fees, public right-of-way fees, land disturbance activity fees, civil engineering plan fees, subdivision plot review and bond administration fees, and outdoor cafe licensing fees. And J, I further move that the county board adopt the attached resolution, attachment A, ratifying the advertisement of a public hearing by the Planning Commission on March 3rd, 2025, and authorizing the advertisement of a public hearing by the county board on March 27th, 2025, to consider changes to CPHD development-related fees as depicted in the inspection services and zoning and planning fee schedules related to building and trade permits, administrative changes, form-based code applications, site plan applications, administratively reviewed permits and requests, certificates of occupancy, variances, use permits, and other fees as shown in attachments B and C, effective July 1st, 2025, except otherwise noted in this report.
Second.
It is moved and seconded by Ms. Coffey. Any discussion? No, I don't see any. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
None opposed. It is carrying unanimously. Let's move to the next one, Ms. Coffey.
All right. I will move parts K through O in one motion. I move that the county board authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on March 27th, 2025 to modify the fee structure associated with the use of Arlington County and Arlington Public Schools, APS, performing arts theaters as facilitated by the Cultural Affairs Division, CAD, of Arlington Economic Development, AED. I further move that the county board authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to be held on March 27th, 2025 for consideration of the fiscal year 2026 DPR program services and membership fees in attachment 1. I further move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A, to authorize advertisement of a public hearing at the March 2027-2025 county board meeting to consider adoption of a resolution effective July 1, 2025 to amend and reenact the Arlington County Fire Department Special Event Fee Schedule. I further move that the county board authorize the advertisement of a public hearing on March 27, 2025 to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 8.1 Fire Prevention of the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, relating to the incorporation of the latest changes made by the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code. I further move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A, authorizing advertisement of a public hearing at the March 27th, 2025 county board meeting to consider adoption of a resolution effective July 1, 2025 to amend and reenact the Arlington County Fire Department Hazardous Material Cleanup Fee Schedule.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Is there a second?
One moment. I believe the script omitted on item K, there is an associated attachment with the fees. So I just want to clarify that in the motion, that the fees that are referenced in that motion are attached as attachment 1 to the staff report.
I would add to my motion that the fees associated with the modified fee structure for the use of Arlington County and Arlington Public Schools performing arts theaters is contained in the attachment.
Correct. So this is seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Moved by Mrs. Coffey, seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. If there is no discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? None. The motion passes unanimously. On to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Parts P to S, I will move parts P to S in one motion. P, I move that the county board adopt a resolution, attachment A, to authorize advertisement of a public hearing at the March 27, 2025 county board meeting to consider a resolution effective July 1, 2025 to adopt fees including emergency medical services transport fees and the treat no transport fee for the Arlington County Fire Department. Q, I move that the county board authorize advertising for a public hearing by the county board on March 27, 2025 to consider adoption of an ordinance with an effective date of July 1, 2025 to amend, reenact, and recodify Section 27-27 of Chapter 7, which is miscellaneous ordinances of the Arlington County Code, to impose a recordation fee on wills and administration of $25 as set forth in attachment A. R, I move that the county board authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to be held on March 27, 2025 on amendments to Chapter 65, Attachment A of the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, to increase the meals, food, and beverage tax rate. This proposal would increase the meals tax in Arlington from 4% to 5%. S, I move that the county board adopt a resolution, Attachment A, to authorize advertisement of a public hearing at the March 27, 2025 county board meeting to consider establishment of an interlibrary loan fee of $5 per transaction.
Is there a second? Is seconded by Ms. Coffey. If there is no discussion, all in favor, please say aye. 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 Anybody opposed? This carries unanimously, and this concludes the, I believe, 19 items that we advertised today. Mr. Kushner, are there any other items that will come before the board tonight?
There are no further items.
So thank you then, everyone. Without objection, before that, I should say the budget deliberations this year, like every year, they have the budget has its own place on the Arlington County website. If you go to arlingtonva.us and you put in the prompt budget, it will land you in the budget fiscal year 2026 page. One can find all necessary information about the ongoing deliberations of the board, about the proposals of the county manager, and about the progress of our budget deliberations until the April 9th budget adoption. The next work session on information technology and on forestry and natural resources, parks and recreation, sports and aging will be on Thursday. This Thursday is the first one, February 27 from 1 to 4 p.m. So please consult the Arlington County website for details on this process. The budget hearing on the entirety of the budget is scheduled for Tuesday, March 25th from 1 to 4, it's correct, that's the March 25th, but it's 7 p.m. the hearing. There's still one work session before that. And the tax rate public hearings on Thursday, March 27th. So with that, and without objection, Mr. Vice Chair, the meeting is adjourned.